Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt, episode number 9. A little housekeeping up top. Our dearest Drake will not be with us tonight. He's busy in Canada with Canadian things. We'll go on without him, one way or another. Previously, on Spirit and Salt, you guys had departed Daybreak City, having kind of finished your business there and all having reasons to go to Hallow Hive. So you saw off Marble's parents for their voyage across the sea to Akuko. Made plans for the twins to rendezvous with you in Cherry Falls at some time in the next few weeks when you get there. And then got on a train to the city of Prospect to eventually go to Hallow Hive through the Underdark. And then basically the majority of the session was you guys just riding a train and kind of socializing with the people on this train. Rather than do this recap chronologically, it makes more sense to just do it by the people that you met. So I'm going to move over here to this map. Among the people that you met along this journey so far anyway, young Master Cripple. Timothy Crimple, a little crocodile boy from Eldermore School for Exceptional Youths, a little fledgling sorcerer who was also headed to Hallow Hive, though he had absolutely no plan for how he was going to get there, and seems to maybe be planning to hire you guys as his hired help to get him there. We'll see how that all pans out. You met Adelina. She was this Triton from a little village in Nidus who was just kind of exploring a little wanderlust after the passing of her parents. You met with Alini Harlow. He is this kind of studious bear fellow visiting his son in Daybreak City University who seems to have a special fascination with dream magic, with oniromancy, carrying about a bunch of books about oniromancy that he spent some time talking to Voss about specifically. This bison folk, whose name was Okomi, and I forgot to update her token. Okomi is here as well. I didn't get a ton of details from her from conversations, but she's from Kohan, headed home to Wataka for a holiday. Perhaps most interestingly, notably, Gloria Alice. She's this old lady who kind of spent most of the train ride keeping to herself, kind of quietly minding her business and clearly observing what everyone was doing. At one point during the evening, invited you guys to play a game wherein you wrote a secret down into a seemingly magical book, and then on the next page wrote down something that you wanted to know more about. After she shared a little parable with you about a tree hiding a dark secret. And after some initial hesitations and some back and forth, you guys all ended up playing that game, writing down various secrets in her book and writing down various subjects you wish to know more about. And then there was, you haven't really spent almost any time talking to him, but there was a Dragonborn fellow, representative of the Bank of Novus, who is here for unknown reasons. And then last but not least, Morisco especially, spent some time with a gentleman named Jules Crow, this hyena fella, this Knoll guy. Basically came in pretty hot and heavy flirting with Morisco pretty early in the travels and spent the whole day flirting together. Was mostly their day. So those are kind of the people that you guys spent the day with. The day was spent mostly on just kind of uneventful train riding, having some drinks, playing some Go, eating some food, talking to some people. At some point during the travel, you guys encountered a huge, critter. It looked like a giant elephant-sized guinea pig or something, that was leading a herd of thousands of animals through the solar plains. And they were kind of blocking the tracks, but with some convincing from Ghost and from Boss, they agreed to kind of let you guys pass before they continued through. Other than that, the day was largely uneventful. You went all the way from Daybreak City through to Green Junction, and we're en route to Lux, having moved through a lot of plains and grassland and having entered into sort of a forested region with sort of trees whipping past the train. The sun had set, it had grown dark, people were sort of settling in for bed. Specifically, Jules had gone to bed with Morisco in their bedchambers. And Cadence and Marble had gone to their bedchambers and were in the midst of a discussion about how that evening was going to progress for them, when, either mercifully or not, the train suddenly began to stop, began to come to a halt for unknown reasons in the middle of the night. You weren't anywhere close to any stop. In fact, there were no more stops for you en route to Prospect. And Boss, with his eagle eye lens, looked out of one of the windows, and saw that standing in the tracks, these two are not outside yet, were a couple of huge bipedal, humanoid-ish looking figures. A couple of giants, seemingly. One of them sort of warthog-ish, green-skinned with like moss and grass growing from it. And one of them, just an enormous looking stag folk, essentially just a giant stag man, huge rippling muscles and animal pelts. Each of them holding a seemingly some sort of trained animal on a large leather leash. One of them a two-headed dog, and one of them kind of a lightly glowing cat, like a big bobcat. And that is right where we left off. The train was it had not stopped yet. I've put these two out here, but they're not actually out here yet. I'll go and hide them because the train is still moving quite quickly. It is just coming to a stop. Before we jump to what you guys do in response to all of this, inspirations. One goes to Boss for teaching the Great Spirit about keeping a schedule. And one goes to Patches for where the fuck is my Honda Odyssey.
Thank you, sir.
My first inspiration.
Hey.
That's so good. I'm going to save this for when Drake is back next session because I'm going to give it to him because he was the one who encouraged me. He said, Boss, I need to
True.
here.
Absolutely.
So Boss would not have even begun the conversation without
Sweet.
Ghost.
Yeah, you just hold on to that token for now and we'll remember next session that it was a gift from you to Ghost. With that, we're going to jump into what was going on in the train. I'd like to come first to Morisco and Jules. I think that we did some dice rolls last time and determined that you were in the middle of the act as this was all happening. Roll me a perception check, please.
Okay.
And do so with advantage.
Oh, okay. Weird. I don't do that in this character sheet. Oh, it just pops up. Cool.
He's a woman.
For real?
Well, that's so bad. 7?
Yeah, it was 2 8s.
Those two.
All right. So your passive is 9 then, huh? That's bad. That's real bad.
Yeah.
Okay. There's one thing that you notice, essentially like a no roll required. At one point, as you guys are in the act, in the midst of your passion, your fingers are interlocked, and you feel a ring on his hand, like on his left ring finger. But you look, and there's not a ring there. You feel essentially that he's wearing an invisible ring.
Invisible ring.
Yeah. So make of that what you will. You notice that at around the same time. Sorry, go ahead.
Which finger, just to clarify?
It is on the left ring finger. It is essentially the marriage finger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he also married to Morisco's fiance?
Married.
Who can say? But for the time being, you're kind of noticing this at the same time as you feel the train suddenly like lurch and his hand breaks free of yours before you can like study it anymore. He kind of steadies himself against the wall and starts to sort of look around the room. Says, "Another stop. What's this?" He kind of stands up and walks over to the window, starts looking out. Says, "I can't see anything. It's too dark."
Did we go up front and see? Investigate?
It's about this time that you hear coming through the halls of the train, coming from up front, "Everyone, please, just do stay in the train this time. I really must insist everyone stay on the train. Do not get off of the train." As the conductor, this B guy, Harlow, is like walking down the hall, walking by every room, insisting people do not get off of the train, stay on the train. So you hear that from outside of your door. Jules kind of shrugs and says, "I suppose we could at least take a look. We don't have to get off the train to take a look."
That's true. There are windows for a reason. If we go further up and find one.
Yeah. You guys kind of...
You want to hold my hand on the way there?
I think that could be arranged. He smiles at you. He first goes over to where he's got his like clothes sitting inside the room and just like pulls his pants on and grabs his clothes real quick. I'm gonna have him do a check real fast. I wish someone could come over and look at this. This is a natural 1 on his part, on the sleight of hand check that he was just making. You see, as he goes to pull up, he pulls on his pants and puts a belt on and puts a shirt on. And as he goes to grab his, like, his shirt and put it on, his, like, button-down shirt, you see that in his coat that is sitting next to his shirt, it kind of comes open for a second. You see his train ticket in his inner pocket. And you see that the name on the train ticket, as in like his name as the passenger, is Pavlo Kalashnik. You do not see the words Jules Crow anywhere on his ticket.
Okay.
That's what happens when my boy rolls a nat 1 compared to your 7 total. On anything but a nat 1, you would not have seen that, but that's how it goes. So, I don't know if you do anything about that in the moment, but after he puts his shirt on, he reaches for your hand to hold your hand and walk out of here. Shall we?
Marisko's not going to act on it immediately, but he's definitely going to call him out on that later.
Understood. For the moment, he takes your hand and you guys walk out of your room. I think you walk out of your train car and into the next one in front of you in time to see Patches. What do you do when you feel the train stopping and you hear the guy yelling outside of your room?
I'll probably step out and kind of walk towards the front a little
Makes
bit.
sense.
At least find where everyone else is.
Right, for sure. You step out to see Morisco and Jules coming out. How about Marble and Cadence? You guys likewise were... Marble, you had just been asked, what do you want this night to be? Essentially, what do you want out of this night? And we're stammering your way to trying to think of how to reply to that question when the train suddenly lurches and starts to come to a stop. You hear the conductor walking through the halls telling everyone to stay in their rooms.
I will, I'll kiss you on the forehead and I'll push you away and say, we can finish this in a second.
Amazing. You guys step out of your room to see Patches, Morisco, Jules.
Anybody know what's going on?
No, the conductor is telling everyone to stay in the train, so obviously none of us want to stay on the train now. We're all going to at the front to see what is happening.
I am still standing right here, and I really must insist that you do stay on the train. A little bit of respect would be appreciated, but he turns his back to you and starts walking to the front nonetheless.
I assume we all follow right behind.
Yeah, following basically right behind him.
Still talking about leaving the train.
Absolutely, utterly powerless to stop you. He continues forward in the train as you guys follow. Eventually comes to Boss. Boss, I don't know what you're doing at about 10 p.m. I assume you've just fallen asleep somewhere. But you've woken up to this anyway.
I was about to fall asleep. I was about to go to bed, but I was still sitting up there talking with the Bison folk, I believe, when this occurred, right?
I believe so. You guys were probably winding down your conversation, getting ready to go to sleep. But
Yeah. Well,
you've looked out the window and seen what is
I
ahead.
see what is happening. Sorry, how many cars are like behind me, ahead of me?
There are 1, 2, 3 cars behind you of the diner car, 2 like first class cars, and then there's cargo cars behind that, 2 more of those.
Okay.
So, and then there's I believe 1 more car in front of you, and then the actual engine.
Is there a ladder on like the back of this car to get to like the roof?
Absolutely, yes.
I believe I'm going to go to the roof.
Yeah, so you see your compatriots filing their way in here as well.
Yeah, so I go to the roof.
Okay, you start to walk out to get on the ladder. For the record, the train is still moving for now.
That's fine.
Okay, understood. Cool. As you're climbing out to go to the roof, let me just catch up really fast with Bones. Adelina is asleep. Timothy Crimple is just like waking up from having been asleep for about an hour.
Okay.
Just
Don't
the
drown.
worst possible time to wake up, but he is waking up. He's like rubbing his eyes. Adelina likewise is like awake, but isn't making any move to do anything. She stays in. Do you do anything in particular?
If young Mr. Crimple has been asleep for an hour, then I have my headphones on and I am working on schematics finally.
Okay.
And I finally am getting into a groove when all of this happens. And I just stay there and keep working. I don't get up. I sit in my seat. We don't need to get out of the train.
Okay, understood.
Unless I see that Dragonborn in particular start to get out of the train.
Yeah, you don't see any movement from him. You do, just on passive perception, see into the train car behind you. The rest of your party has roused and is back there, and you do see Boss heading for a door.
Never met him. Don't know who it is. Don't have any idea who that is.
Makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Boss, no check required. You can easily just climb up onto the roof of this thing. That is not an issue. You climb up on there, and there's wind whipping past you, but the train is rapidly slowing down. You can still see the same thing that you saw before up ahead. These giants just kind of standing in the track for now.
I'd like to. Sorry, I'd like to like crawl. So hopefully go unnoticed by them.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
No.
Yeah, you attempt it, but you're an elephant on top of a train.
That's fair.
Your ears are.
It's a 5. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can tell that it's not you're not being as discreet as you would like. Your hands slip a couple of times, and
I'm an elephant on top of it.
yeah, that too. But you nonetheless do continue to crawl forward, and eventually,
I'll stay like right in the. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine at the front of this car.
At the front of the next car up. Okay, cool. The train eventually does come to a complete stop. You see people looking out the windows. Adelina and Timothy Crimple are looking out the window. Timothy Crimple is like, "Oh, it's all this now. It's beautiful out there. I fell asleep. It was still light outside, and now it's dark. What we stopped for?" The train conductor and his ether tapper, this little dwarf guy, get out and step up to these two giants that are stopped in the tracks with their animals. The dog starts like barking and gnashing its teeth. There's like frothy sort of slobber dripping down onto the ground around it. The cat's tail is kind of going back and forth, and there's like a shimmer that follows it, almost like the trailing of like a hallucinogenic. The front stag guy takes a step forward as Harlow, the conductor, steps forward and says, well, what seems to be the issue, gentlemen? If you wouldn't mind to just move right out of the tracks here, we will just be right on our way. The stag says, treasure, food. And the conductor looks at the tapper and looks back at this giant. And the conductor says, no treasure here. We could get you some food if that's what you need. The giant says, treasure, food. And he points at the dwarf, at the little ether tapper when he says food. Says, you go. Treasure, food. It's clear that he does not speak very much Golden, this giant. The little dwarf tapper guy looks like nervous, seeing himself being pointed at and called food. The conductor says, that will, I'm afraid, not be possible, my friends. We simply cannot surrender any of our passengers or crew to you as food, of course. We do need to move along, though. Anyone with even remotely good passive insight, this conductor is way out of his depths and has no clue what to do in this situation.
In this situation, with these guys, is there any way that, can I tell, are they like carnivores? Like,
give me a nature check, see what you know about them.
Where are you? Oh, 17.
A 17? You don't know a ton about giants. A 17 is not a bad roll, though. You know that giants come in many different sort of, subspecies, I guess I would say. These two creatures couldn't look more different. They are obviously very different sort of subgenres of giants, but they are both giants. Some giants are just big people. They're just straight up people, whereas some are a little bit more monstrous. You would know in a 17 the origins of giants. They are spirits from the spirit planes, some from Vid, the plane of life, and some from Mord, the plane of death. And then specifically as far as their like diets, generally omnivorous for the most part. Let's see here. Bones, hand raise.
Do I hear this from my window?
Yeah. They're shouting very loud.
I just start fishing out the gun. I don't do anything, but I'm just putting my stuff away, getting the gun.
Cadence, go ahead.
Okay, I can't remember the bison. Okomi.
Okomi is her name.
Yeah, I'll just turn to her. More spirits? Because I don't know what these are, but she's...
Yeah, she looks over and... let me see what she knows about giants. Not a great roll either. She says, descendants of spirits. Spirits once, perhaps, or in ancient times. Now, giants are as diverse as people. They come in as many dispositions as people do. Jules, in the room with you guys, Says, I don't suppose that they're going to just leave without what they came for. Go ahead, boss.
How far do you zoom out? Is this it?
I'll go back to the encounter map here. There are kind of woods around.
I'm going to cast Wild Cunning and to find out if there's edible forage within 120 feet of me.
Sure.
That way I know where to find it. What it is.
Yeah. You do find absolutely, yes. You send your sort of preternatural senses out and attune to the nature around you. And yes, there is food to be foraged around here. It is mostly small game and berries and such, and the occasional deer or bear or something for big animals.
Okay.
This double-headed dog is slobbering and barking incessantly. Go ahead, Marble.
I'm gonna make my way up towards the engine room.
Okay, cool.
Like, especially since if I can hear that one of the tappers is out of there.
Yeah, you can look out the window or hear and see that the tappers are no longer in that room at the moment. The door is closed, but it's
I'll get up as close to the door as I can.
Yeah, you can get all the way up to the back of the car there, and you get essentially to the door.
Then I'll probably kind of poke my head out.
Okay.
And can I hold an action?
Yeah, of course.
All right, I'm going to hold an action if things start to get rough that I will don my armor.
Understood. I like it. Timothy Crimple sees you walk past and kind of looking at the window, sees you sort of like in a stance that says that you're ready for something to go down. And says, "Was there anything I could do that?" I'm just saying,
I put a figure. Shh.
I could be at your service.
Shh.
I know how to do some magic.
Listen.
He's got hard.
Right, I'm listening.
Keep.
Right. Keep listening. I'll keep listening. Out front, the front giant takes a step in the direction of conductor, and says, "Talk done. Food, treasure. We take, you go."
Not to be crass, but would it derail us to hit them?
The issue, Marvel would be able to tell you, that could have worked if they had kept up full speed and just done it. It would have massively fucked the train for sure. Which seems to be the reason they stopped.
We would have started Jane's backstory.
It would have 1,000,000% destroyed these guys, but it also would have fucked the train, and it would have been probably inoperative afterwards.
So I would like to...
These creatures are the size of a 2-story building.
I would like to... okay, so while that was happening, like... say boss climbed back down inside, and down where Bones is, so he climbed to the car in front of him, and that's where Bones was, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So I'll walk up and say, well, he needs food and treasure, but I don't have the treasure, but there is plenty of food in this area. Maybe we could appease him if we go try to get some of that for them.
It's certainly worth a shot.
I'm willing to try myself. I will go see if anyone else will join me for this. Is everybody else up with us?
I assume you guys have kept up, yes.
Okay.
Unless you tell me otherwise.
Oh wait, no, I'm in the car ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, just catching everybody. I think they've all probably caught up to you at this point.
So everybody kind of hears that conversation. It's not just a Bones then.
Yeah. Unless you intended it to be only for Bones. You could have said it before he got there.
No, it's everybody. Like
Got it.
they're willing to take food. Does anyone want to assist me in gathering some food from these forests? I know where it is. I know exactly where it is and what it is, and we can try to gather it as quickly as possible to make an offering.
Are we giving food to bandits? Won't this just perpetuate the issue?
Are you saying we do not negotiate with terrorists?
I'm saying that if we give them food, it'll just make them come after trains.
Would you like to murder them?
No.
I don't see the middle ground. What would you like to do?
Timothy Crimple
Shrugs.
interrupts and says, Master Crimple always does say that if you give the poor an inch, they'll take a mile.
Boss turns right back to Marble. So what is it that you want to do?
While you're deciding, they sounded impatient. I'm going to wait out there. And Bones starts to go out.
Okay.
Outside? Yeah, I step out on the north side.
I'll
I'm gonna go
keep
for the
watch.
food. I'm gonna try.
Okay. So Bones...
Hey, I can assist you.
I'll go with Bones and keep watch.
Mariska, you're coming with me? Boss?
See, I can help with that.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like Bones and Marble stepping out with the conductor while Mauricio and Boss are looking for going to look out for some food.
This won't take long. I mean, since I already know what everything is, where everything is.
Yeah.
It should only take a minute or two for us to like kind of collect it all and run back.
Jules stays close to Morisco. Cadence, what do you do?
While they're making a scene getting out of the train, can I try to sneak into the tree line?
Yes, absolutely. Give me a stealth check. And if anyone is trying to, like, if you guys are moving to the forest for food stealthily, give me a stealth check as well.
I'll do that. I'll roll a stealth.
Okay, so Morisco, give me a stealth check. Jules will do a stealth check.
18 on my stealth.
Are
Nice.
Bones is not being stealth. He's walking up next to the conductor because this civilian's about to get eaten by giants. Yeah.
Okay, I'm right next to you.
Okay.
I need to get new dice.
I rolled nothing but 8. I think these dice are cursed.
Straight eights.
Digital dice.
Oops, all eights.
Nat 1.
Oh, bummer. Okay.
We're being a distraction. Nah.
Patches, you getting out with Bones and Marble as opposed to going with the crew to hunt food. Okay, cool. You guys get out. Patches and Marble and Bones, you step out to the kind of left side of the train here. And you step out just in time to see the big stag giant take 2 steps towards the conductor and again in broken golden say, "Talk over. You give or we take." And the conductor takes a step back and says, "Oh, we will. Let me just go right back into our treasure car and go get you some treasure. I will be right back. Come along now." And he looks at his tapper. The two of them take a step away, but the moving rather quickly, this giant takes a step forward and puts a hand onto the tapper and says, "He stay, you go." Meanwhile, a couple of these giants move a little bit closer. Meanwhile, as that is happening, Sneaky Crew tries to sneaky crew their way over into the tree line. You can throw up on her mark, no problem. Yep.
Thank you.
So this is all happening in the course of like a minute or so.
Is my action still held for...
Yes, you still have your held action. That's totally fine.
So I wouldn't have time to try and hide again. once I'm in the tree
No,
line?
your stealth check just rolls to get you. You don't make it to the tree line without being seen.
Okay.
As you guys go to try to make it to the tree line, Cadence, you just are not in nature very much. You're used to sneaking through sewers and sneaking through alleyways and sneaking your way through a social interaction. You're not used to sneaking your way through the woods, and you just step on a loud stick and it cracks very loudly. And this, the warthog-looking giant looks over in your direction and just kind of like snorts at you, and his dog begins to yap loudly in your direction, frothing at the mouth. The 4 of you have been spotted. They look... Go ahead, Marble, real quick.
Could I have cast a spell before I got out of the train?
Yeah, if you wish to.
Okay, I want to cast Gift of Electricity on myself.
Okay, understood. You got Gift of Alacrity on yourself. They see a couple of you...
And could I cast it on another person?
If you have time. Yeah, but you do have time. If you have spell slots, I guess is
also
what I mean.
cast it on Cadence.
Okay, Cadence, you also have a D8 to your next initiative roll. They see you guys sneaking off to the side. They don't know that you guys are going off for food. They assume that you're going off to position to kill them. And we're going to roll initiative as they are ready to fight. Held action goes off. You can put your armor up. You've got your gift of your hunter's mark up as well. If you
Thanks, Cadence.
Anytime. That's why I'm a rogue.
And welcome back, everybody. We are going to jump right into this initiative. First up is Bones. You see this like warthog look off to the woods and snort. You see your friends because the stealth check was not very good. You see them over there towards the tree line. You see a look of rage cross this Ogrelon's face, and his fingers tighten around the head of this dwarf. It's clear that they move to grab weapons. It is clear that they are not going to wait for this to be a situation that's worse for them.
Understood. Okay. All right. Got it. Number 1 priority is getting the tapper free, and I don't think I can kill this guy in one shot, so I'm going to do something fun instead. I am going to reach into my pouch and I'm going to grab one of the Dust of Dryness pellets that I've made.
Okay.
And I'm just going to toss it towards the ogre line.
Okay.
And then I'm going to raise and shoot the pellet.
Oh, it's splashing with water? Hell yeah.
It has to hit a hard surface, so I don't think I can just throw it at him.
Yeah, I'll take trying to shoot it.
Wonderful.
Just roll me an attack roll. I'm going to say that the AC for hitting a thing that you threw for yourself is fairly low. I don't know, let's say AC 10. And I will also say that if you're throwing it towards him and shooting it, if you hit his AC, you will also hit him.
Love that. Very generous. Cool. Let's go. That's you want to make the AC higher, actually? 10 feels low to me. That's a 26 to hit.
Yeah, well, the AC was 25, so that still hits.
Amazing. Wonderful.
First, go ahead and just roll your damage on this guy for the shot.
Wonderful. I assume he's not humanoid.
He is
giant.
not humanoid.
Yeah,
that is correct.
17 points of damage.
17 points of damage.
And then as the shot rips through the pellet, it releases a 15-foot by 15-foot cube of water instantaneously.
Unbelievable. I'm going to say it carries the momentum of the shot as you're throwing it forward. I'm going to have him make a strength saving throw to see if he is knocked prone. And if he crit fails, he'll also be pushed back. Either way, he's going to lose his grip on the tapper if he fails at all, crit or regular. DC, I don't know, let's call it 12. I feel like that seems reasonable to me. He adds +3 to this. That's an 8 on the die for a total of 11. So he fails, but does not critically fail. So it does knock him prone and cause him to lose his grip on the tapper.
Thank fuck. I thought for sure he was going to make that 12.
Nice move. That was fun.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That's a weak giant.
I am going to use my movement to go interpose, get in front of the tapper.
Okay.
And I don't really have a bonus action yet. So yeah, that's essentially me.
This stag growls in pain as it has a bullet wound in its giant pectoral muscle now that it's tiny compared to the size of this thing, but is looking down at it and rubbing it on the ground as it's laying in a puddle of water now. You know what? That would be enough water to potentially get this crag cat too. Let me have him roll. It's 15 feet, so. Terrible. Critical failure. So it gets pushed back and knocked prone. You see that it's the leather leash slips out of the hand of this ogre and it lands prone back here. Okay, lovely. That is it for Bone's turn. Next, I'm just having the NPCs all act at once here. The tapper says, thank you. He's going to disengage so he doesn't get attacked. And is going to run off 10, 20, 25, 30 towards the door of the train. And then the conductor is likewise going to disengage, backpedaling slowly away.
Please stay on the
saying
train.
you really should not be out here. You all should really not be out here. Meanwhile, Jules, seeing that you guys are made, you see Morisco. Bones, roll me an insight. What's just your passive insight, actually? And apply your siege weapon lore.
Oh. So 14 with siege.
14? Okay. You see Jules across the way move with the practiced expertise of someone who has seen war.
He's a sapper.
He quickly, seeing things go sour, hearing a gunshot, runs up to the tree line, gets behind here. He's going to use... Well, he's going to use a bonus action to try to re-hide, since his stealth was kind of broken by all you guys' stealth being hidden. Gets hidden, and you see that he reaches into a pocket and pulls out a pistol, and is going to take a shot at the same one that... Well, actually, not the one you shot, because that's prone, that'd be disadvantage. He will take a shot at... We'll do the shot at the other giant. Ooh, terrible rolls. Advantage with the nat 1 and a nat 2. A pistol flare lights up from behind a tree, but just goes wide of this giant. The first one revealed his position. So second one is a hit, and third one is a miss. So he hits with one pistol shot. He takes 3 shots in rapid succession from the tree line. 2 of them go wide on the troll. The third one sinks into his chest. And that is it for Mr. Jules Crow. Okay. That brings us to rest of the NPCs. Coming from out of the side of the train, you hear a little voice go,
Oh no.
"Not to worry, I'll be here to help. Right out here." Cripple reaches into his pocket and pulls out this little tuning fork, this little fake plane ship tuning fork, points it in the direction of the ogre that is on the ground, and says, "How about you?"
No, he doesn't.
Rolls with disadvantage because it's prone. Misses, but there is a burst of arcane magic that just booms off the side of this ogre and kind of splatters gravel everywhere. As he misses, he says, "Bollocks!" That's it for the NPCs. Death Dog, this two-headed dog, you see that the big warthog-looking giant lets it off its leash, and it goes charging towards the woods. Closest person is Morisco. And it is going to snap at you. Each of its two heads is going to snap at you once. You are not hidden. Its passive perception is higher than your stealth roll. Oh, that's a 23 to hit on the first attack.
Ow, that'll do.
Two nat 19s, two 23s for two hits. You take...
At least it was 19 and not 20.
Right.
We'll take it.
Maximum damage. 12 points of piercing damage as two of these heads bite in, one into your calf and one into your kind of quad on one of your legs. And then I need you to make 2 Constitution saving throws.
Rabies.
As it bites into you and this nasty, foamy slobber starts dripping down your leg, tearing a hole in your pants with its bite. Okay, you're good.
17 for an 18 and 19.
Both successful. You manage to resist the worst effects of this bite, and you wrench your leg free from him. That is it for the Death Dog's turn. Next up is Morisco, as you sort of wrench your leg free from this dog, and it's yapping and howling at you, going in for another bite with blood foaming from its mouth.
Okay. Try not to get distracted by the pain. I'm gonna cast it. Shield of Faith as a bonus action on Bones. I'm assuming I can see him through legs.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Then using my main action, let's do a Booming Blade on this Death Dog.
All right. Bones, what's your favorite food?
I think
I can't remember if it's come up before.
it has, and I think I went with something.
I think it was pretzels.
It was
maybe.
I think it was
a soft pretzel.
Yeah, and like a soup. There's probably like a whole meal involved.
Okay.
of some
Yeah,
sort,
you smell the smell of home cooked soup as Morisco casts the spell on you.
Yeah.
Jesus, 23 is definitely going to hit.
Cool. Roll a 4 on the die plus 3, I think.
That sounds right. Should be whatever your dex
Yeah.
is.
So. Yep. So plus 3, so 7 piercing damage.
All right, 7 points of damage. You stab this rapier with this shark motif around the handle down into sort of the back of this dog's thigh. It yelps and pulls away from you a little bit.
Cool.
Anything else for you?
No, but that's it.
All right. That brings us next to Marble. Again, having used your health action, you have this armor that encases you. Your cool mech suit.
Yeah. I'm going to Tabaxi Dash, and I'm going to get into the spot that it's between the... Oh, don't make Gano Squaw.
Uh-huh.
And the... Did I say that right?
I was thinking Gino Squab, but you were very close.
And the Crag Cat.
Okay, got it. So down here.
No, one back.
Got it.
Actually, you know what? Let me go. Actually, let me get on the. Let me actually go the other way. Actually, that way they
Right
have
there?
to. That way they have to leave my range to go after other people.
Understood, got
And
it.
then that cat's down on the ground, right?
Yeah, it is prone, correct.
I'm going to booming punch it. Does a 17 hit?
17 hits.
Okay. Minimum damage, so it takes 5
points of damage.
5 points of thunder damage, and it has disadvantage on attacking anything other than me until my next turn.
Understood.
And it's also booming.
Yeah, you see this rippling sort of magic around its feet as it's riding itself on the ground. Anything else on your turn?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, that brings us to Ogrelon. This giant stag, now with a bullet shot in his left pec, lumbers himself back up to the ground. Bones, when you were standing next to him while he was prone on the ground, your head came to about where his chest was, laying flat on the ground. He stands up, towering over you, the height of taller than your childhood home, and looks down in your direction. Says something in Giant. I don't think you speak Giant.
Sure don't.
And then pulls this huge, gnarled, jagged axe off of his belt and is going to swing it at you just once. Natural 1.
Love to hear that.
Misses with his attack on you, just kind of slams his axe down into the mud next to you, roaring in anger. That is it for his turn. That brings us to Cadence. Your turn.
Okay. Let's start with the bonus action. And I'm going to aim. And then I'm going to take my attack on the death dog.
Okay, go for it. You have advantage for obvious reasons.
That's going to be a 13 to hit.
That hits.
Jesus, that's crazy.
You sort of line up your shot right over Marisco's shoulder. Marisco, your ear is ringing as a gunshot is fired near you, but...
And there's a woman next to you, so...
Also that. Your phobia is reinforced.
Also that.
10 piercing damage.
10 points of piercing damage. You shoot right into the chest of this dog.
And then when I do my sneak attack damage jam, I keep forgetting I have this, because I haven't updated my sheet yet, I'll use your next.
Okay.
And I will target the grass boy.
Okay, the
green
Genosqua.
giant, the green giant.
Yep, the green
If you
giant.
would.
The jolly one.
The jolly green giant.
Yep.
He needs a
Lose wisdom?
save.
Alrighty. He's not good at this. That's a natural 9 for 8.
Okay, so he fails and is scared of me until the end of my next turn. Or frightened of me until
Frightened
the
of
end
you?
my next turn.
Love it.
I like to think he looks over at me when I snap the twig, like he's gonna come at me. And then I aim the gun at him, and then I smirk and point it down at his dog and shoot
Yes.
his dog instead.
Yeah, you lower it with no expression on your face and shoot his dog, and you see his eyes widen.
Very anti-John Wick.
Incredible.
Very
That's your
anti-John
bonus
Wick.
action and your action. I don't think you can move because you aimed.
Correct.
So that brings us now to Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat will use half his movement to stand up from prone. This thing is going to... It is fairly loyal, and it's a little smarter. No, it's not that smart. Yeah, okay, it's fairly loyal. It sees that its sort of master is in trouble. It turns in the direction of the Ogrelon. Go ahead and roll your wounding blade damage as this cat steps away from you.
2.
2 points of damage. You see he slinks backwards away from you and keeps looking over his shoulder at you, he can't quite shake your presence, but he wants to go run over and protect his pal. So he will attack Bones with disadvantage. That is a 10. I'm assuming misses Bones. All right, cool. That is it for Crabcat. Next up, Genosqua. This Genosqua, it looks down at where it's been shot in the peck, and you watch as little vines and roots and grasses stitch that wound close. He regains some hit points.
This bitch.
In fact, regains all of his hit points.
Oh.
And then looks down towards Marble, and flings his hand out, and these long, sort of bony claws protrude from his hands.
Gross.
He's going to attack you 3 times.
Disadvantage on all of them because
Oh, right, frightened. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. That's, even with disadvantage, a 20 to hit Marble.
That will hit. I don't have shield.
That's
so.
1 hit. I'm just going to roll the rest of the attacks before I roll any more. Much, much worse. A 10 to hit.
Nope.
And then the final attack. Also terrible. So just 1 hit. He swipes you with these bony claws. 2 of them just screech against your armor, but the other one he manages to pierce under a joint in your armor and get a little bit of your flesh. You take 10 points of slashing damage.
Alright, and I resist 2 of them.
Okay, so you take 8 damage.
That is correct.
Okay, that is this Genosqua's turn. And then seeing that you... Oh, he can't move closer to Cadence. So yep, that's all he does. That brings it to Boss. Boss, you've like made it almost to the tree line and all this chaos erupts before you can fulfill your plan. You can almost see off in the trees like glowing sort of bits of food that could be gathered, but it seems like it's well past that point at this point.
So how far, if the warthog,
Yes.
how far away is the dog from the hog?
The dog is 20 feet from the hog.
Everything else is in, okay. So I cast Fairy Fire on the hog.
Nice.
So I'm going to get all 4 of the baddies.
Yeah, so you're essentially putting in like a cube in between them all. It's a 20-foot cube, is that right?
20-foot cube, correct.
So you can get both the giants and the crag cat, or you can get the Genosqua and the dog, but you can't quite get all of them.
Alright, so I can do both giants. That sounds
Yeah,
great.
both giants and crag cat.
Yeah,
Great. Dexterity
let's do
saves
that.
for all of these guys. First things first, we'll do Genosqua. That's a 12, which I believe fails. The Ogrelon, 13.
Fails.
And then finally the crag cat. He has advantage on this. No, they all fail. None of them critically fail. I don't think it matters with Fairy Fire anyway.
It does not.
Okay, so you guys see this light erupt in a cube, and it clings to this Genosqua and to this ogre and the cat, and they all begin to glow.
It's like the orangish brown with like the tinge of the greens on the tips.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just want to step down beside the death dog.
Makes sense.
Just south of Marisco, 1 block right there.
Got it.
Actually, put me underneath the death dog. I want to get right in there. Yeah, that's the business.
Sweet.
Cool. Now I will use the bonus form real quick.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll use my wild shape, conjure magical stone.
Yeah, you see.
They have to succeed on another dex throw against my spell save DC, or they'll take bludgeoning damage equal to 2 times my proficiency bonus.
Perfect. You reach your hands down. I think this is the first time you've had a fight, like, outdoors in nature this campaign. You don't have to reach as far for stones here. You see pebbles and rocks just erupt from the earth and start swirling around you like a volcano, or like a tornado. Second time I've said that. Dexterity save for this death dog.
You know volcanoes,
Ooh,
they
that's
always
a
be
nat
swirling.
15. His total
you
is 17. So yes, he does succeed and does not take that damage, I don't believe. He gets to save or suck. But you continue to be wreathed and swirled in this stone. That brings us to Patches.
I want to move up 1 space,
All right.
so that the 2 big ones are in line, and then
Mhm.
one.
Wonder it is. Hell yeah. Roll me a D100.
How many charges does a Water Wonder have?
That's 7, and it regains 1 a day, I think.
That's amazing.
74.
74.
74. I see you're pointing at the front, Giant. That's who you're pointing it at?
Yeah.
Okay. You point your wand of wonder down. The crystal suspended above the head of the rod glows orange. There's a thin little laser-like beam of orange that pews out, hits this ogre in the chest. He looks down at it for a second as there is just like a little beam of orange light that he picks up with his fingers and looks at it for a second. And then it boom, explodes in a fireball as you cast the fireball spell. That is going to be dexterity saving throws from the giants, the crag cat, Bones, Boss, and Patches. I need dexterity saving throws from all of you guys. The Genosqua fails. Ogre fails. Crag cat has advantage. Crag cat succeeds, but still takes half. And then let's see, Bones, what'd you get?
21.
Bones succeeds. Boss,
16.
16, you succeed. And Patches,
Don't worry about it.
failure.
Yeah.
All right, roll me 6d6 fire damage.
I'm going to absorb elements.
Understood?
Really low.
16.
16 points of damage to those who failed, 8 to those who succeeded. Oberlon. He's not looking very good. And then finally, Patches, what's your new health after that?
3.
Jesus Christ.
Ooh.
How much health do you have?
Not much.
Boss, what is your new health?
He's rolling
Is it 8? Okay. I had
So
2
you-
temp. I had
Yep,
2
so
temp at
you
the
take
time.
6 real damage for 17.
It's gotta feel good eventually.
Yes.
Okay, lovely. And then finally, at the back of this fireball, it erupts over this Genosqua. You see that this Genosqua, the fire barely reaches to it from the radius, but it catches a little bit of the moss that's dripping down, or that's like drooping down its arm and elbow, and it erupts in fire and like roars up the side of its head and it begins to and like tap the fire out, but it's very clear this thing did not like taking fire damage. It is not doubled or anything, but you can see that the wound that had stitched itself closed begins to sort of like unstitch itself. You can sense that you've stopped it from regenerating. Patches, that was your action. Do you want to take a bonus or movement?
Yeah. I'll use bonus action. Can I
Yes.
cast Healing Word?
Yes, you can healing word yourself because that spell was cast from an item.
Cool. I will cast that at 3rd level.
Okay, so that's 3d4 plus double your wisdom modifier.
11.
11 points of healing. Lovely. And then any
Sounds like
movement.
it never happened.
It is almost like it never happened. I know, movers stay right there.
Well, because it was the front guy that was like tapping the fire, right? Like,
That guy. That guy was not pleased about the fire.
Okay. No, I'll just stay there.
Okay, fantastic. That brings us to the top of the round. Bones, you are up once again.
Oh, but also I want to like look around and be like,
How did that happen?
what happened?
It's so obvious what happened.
Bones looks dazed for a moment. He snaps out of it quickly, but he looks dazed or something. He reacts weirdly to that.
To the fireball?
To the fireball. I'm going to go ahead and do a cunning action disengage to step back and down to the southeast, so as not to enter crossfire. He'll turn and shoot. You said the Ogrelon is fairy fired?
Yeah, they're all fairy fire on both the
Oh,
giants
what are
and
you
the
doing in front
cat.
of you?
Love them. Then on the Ogrelon, I'm going to take a shot. Yes. 23.
Absolutely.
17 total points damage.
There's 2 hit points left. Damn.
Nice.
And I will use more of my movement to go just straight south and a little bit east. Yeah,
The tree line a little bit.
Yeah, we're good. I don't want to get too close to the civilians, but I also don't want to go into crossfire. So.
Understood. All right, that brings us to the NPCs. Timothy Crimple goes, "Oh, that's all right. I can do that one more time. Not to worry. Just give me one more shot."
Get him cramps.
He does have advantage.
This little fucker is going to kill Steel.
He does have advantage.
Yeah.
He goes, "That was just a first try. Not to worry."
He's gonna gloat about this for the rest of time.
He hits the Ogrelon. You see, he once again swings his tuning fork towards it. There's this globe of magic that travels and just explodes across Ogrelon's chest and head. The impact of it snaps the Ogrelon's head back. You hear a loud crack of its entire vertebrae snapping, and this thing slumps to the ground dead. Timothy Crimple goes, "Oh,
Yeah, he'll remember that noise the rest of his life.
it worked." Right? Right. He takes a step backwards.
Yeah, Cripple will now know what it sounds like to break someone's entire back.
Jules will once again kind of slip into the tree line a little bit so he can take another hide action as a bonus action. Very, very good. Definitely hidden. He kind of slinks out of view where no one sees them, and then you just see gunshots coming out of the woods. He'll shoot the death dog. That's one hit on the death dog.
Nice.
All right. One shot pierces through the skull of one of these dogs' heads, and the head hangs limp from its shoulder, dead. There remains one head alive on this thing. Another shot comes out from the woods. That one is going to be a hit as well. Jules, with the second shot, puts another bullet through the second head of this dog, and the dog slumps over dead. And then Jules' third and final shot will go down to the Genosqua. That's a hit. Much less damage this time, though. Only 6 points of damage. All right, that's it for Jules and Timothy. I don't think any other NPCs are going to get involved at this point. Marisco, it is your turn. You see this dog slumped down dead at your feet. You look at Jules over in the forest. He kind of nods at you.
I'll give him a nod back, step over it, and come over here. Let's see, I saw that thing light up in fire, so let's do that again. Sorcerer's Burst, but fire this time.
You have advantage.
16. Okay, good.
Yep, so roll for a crit. 16 was going to hit anyway, but roll for a crit.
Oh, that's right.
Not a crit, but it does hit.
Cool. Oh, that was almost an 8. I got robbed.
Yeah, so close. All right, 6 points of fire damage to this thing. It once again howls in displeasure.
I'm going to take a cue from Jules here and run back into the tree line.
Makes sense.
I will tabaxi dash feline agility to get pretty far over here.
Sweet. Yeah, you make it way out of the way. All right. That brings us to Marble.
I'm going to punch him.
You have advantage. Very fine.
Yeah, I'll booming blade. Might as well. Or booming punch. Uh, 20 something.
Absolutely.
It's going to be for 10 points of thunder damage.
10 points of thunder damage. All right, rocks into this thing's back as it's faced towards Jules. Howls in pain. That brings it to Cadence.
I will start by moving down. I'll just get right next to the boss. Why not? And the cat's lit up, right?
Yes, they're both lit up with fair fire, yes.
Okay, cool. I will take a shot at the crab cat. $17 to hit.
17 will absolutely hit.
Uh, 11 piercing damage.
11 points of piercing damage. Still up.
And then...
It hisses at you, a loud, angry sort of bobcat hiss. Kind of like a howl more than a hiss, honestly.
This might be pointless, but I will take the rest of my movements to just duck around the side of the train here, and I will bonus action attempt to hide.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
16.
Okay, cool. That brings us to the crag cat. Boy. It is close to dead, and its master is dead. The crag cat is going to run off into the woods. It's going to take dash action for 80 feet of movement, and it runs off. 10, 20, 30, 40. And actually, you know what? It's going to take a regular action. It's going to take an action to hide, is what it's going to do. Does anyone have a passive perception higher than 25? I'm going to guess no.
Of course
You all lose track of this crag cat.
Even fairy fire? Yeah, it makes
Even with
sense.
fairy fire, unless that does anything impose disadvantage on its stealth or anything.
He's gone.
Likewise, the Genosqua, it's still singed and cindery. There's smoke rising from the moss that is over the top of its head. It's not a very smart creature, but you see that it looks around and sees its dead dog. It sees its dead allies. I'm going to have it roll a wisdom saving throw. On a success, it's going to run away. And on a failure, it's going to continue fighting kind of recklessly. Let's call this like a DC 15. That is a failure.
Oh, by how much?
By 2.
Can I cast resistance on him?
Yeah, absolutely. Roll me a D4. You just got to do a 2 or higher.
You know what? You can have it.
All right. 2 or higher, this thing runs away. That's a 3. Marvel, what does this look like? You see this thing look around. You see that it, well, again, it's not super duper intelligent. It's like, it's a thinking creature. It's not like a bestial monster. You see it looks around and it sees a lot of death around it. It feels the singeing on its flesh. It looks enraged, but it looks like it's smart enough to know that it is it is made, that it is not going to
Yeah.
win. And you see it looks down towards you, and you see a look in his eyes of calculating if you can kill it when he tries to run away, and it decides that you're not strong enough to kill it, and
Yeah.
it tries to run away from you.
What I probably do is I have like my fists up, kind of like a defensive stance, and then I kind of turn my hands kind of a little toward him, and I kind of like just head motion to him to like go away.
Yeah, and with that little nod, it cocks its head a little bit in your direction and lets out just takes a step away, and once it's clear that it is
And then I kill it.
left straight, and then it is going to take a full dash action and just kind of run off into the forest. It does not have the wherewithal to hide, so you all see it lumbering off into the forest. At this point, we can jump out of initiative unless anyone does not allow this thing to flee, which is not a foregone conclusion. You guys may wish to kill it, but anyone not allowing it to flee, I guess I'll just ask.
No, I'm cool.
Okay.
We should let the Wander Wonder decide. No.
So he's still in range of my shotgun.
Yeah.
I don't know how. We should actually talk about that.
That being the case, the woods go sort of quiet. There's a cindering sort of burning on the ground from the fireball still. But other than that, the smoke rising around.
Oh,
everything
speaking of
is
which,
kinda
we
quiet.
probably should put out the train tracks since they're, on
Yeah,
fire.
you guys can take a little bit of time to start putting out some fires, for sure.
So actually, two things. First order of business. The ogre, the big giant boy with the stag gun.
Yeah, that's all she did. There's a dead ogre. Oh, there's a dead giant on the tracks, too.
What is he? Like his horns are just made of like natural like horn. Like
You go to check it out. Give me a survival
This
check.
guy in Dead Thing's horns.
14.
14? Yeah, they appear to be made of the material that a stag's antlers are made out of, which I believe to be just basically bone.
Yeah. Okay. I want to search his body.
Yeah, you take a quick look through. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
You drop any venison, just, asking for a friend.
16.
You can also do an investigation check here.
16 for me.
16. And you can apply your cooking lore Morisco if you're specifically looking for food.
Okay. Nope.
Yeah, you don't see... You find some food on him, but it all looks like very questionable. You begin to... As you look through him, you see why this thing seemingly was here looking for food. The few scant scraps of meat that it had on it are rotten. And the few scraps of good meat it has are, rabbits and squirrels and shit that is not going to feed a giant the size of a building. There's not enough food in this forest for this creature. But you don't find anything really of value to you looking on him. Same thing on a 16. If you want to take a giant battle axe, he has an axe you can grab.
How big is this axe?
Maybe 10 feet is the size of the handle, and the blades are maybe 3 feet on either side.
Oh, is this metal precious to anybody else here? Like this, not precious metal. Sorry, is this metal worth anything to anybody else here, like you?
Yeah, potentially use it towards crafting something at some point. Yeah.
It's a lot still.
Did I already do his shotgun? I forget.
What's that?
I already did your shotgun, didn't I?
Yeah, shotgun's already
I
fixed up.
forgot
Yeah.
how cool my shotgun is. That's awesome. Yes, I forgot. That's awesome.
Totally.
Need to write that down. I want to have the reason I laughed when I started. This said first things first. I need to talk to Patches. Patches, are you well?
I mean, what do you mean by well?
The moves you made just now just didn't seem to do very good things to some of your compatriots.
I don't know what you are talking about.
Do you recall about 36 seconds ago? The giant's fireball that kind of hurt me and Bones and a few others?
Yes, I was trying to hide behind the train. And I saw the guy just to pick up a little crystal, and it just exploded. I was so scared. I was like, "Mamma mia!"
no version of this where you didn't just see what happened. So,
To Patch's credit, he did not have line of sight to Patches when that all went down,
That's
and Patches
fair.
is also the most burnt person here.
that's
I was like behind the train from his view, so it
Bones
could be
saw
from anywhere.
Bones
From my
saw
view?
everything, but yeah.
Have you moved systems patches?
I just moved him
Yeah,
closer. He was more like right over here
Yeah,
when this
he was-
happened.
I didn't see
That
it.
said,
over there,
like
yeah.
that, you had maybe a line of sight, and like roll me. So your passive perception is a zillion, also, right?
18.
Yeah, and Patches was not trying to hide what he did. You, at a minimum, you may not have seen it come from Patches, but you saw like a laser light beam shoot out and hit this thing. So
So I believe I know what occurred, and I'm not mad at you for attempting to help the group, but that did hurt me a little bit, and I was hoping that I wouldn't be hurt today.
I mean, that sounds like a skill issue. If you don't want to get a hit, then don't get into a danger.
I think Bones was kind of on the fence, and he punches Patches in the face.
you just deck him.
I was.
That might kill me.
I assume you're not intending to deal damage.
I'm not trying to like hurt him, but like Bones walks over, and at first it looks like he's like, okay, mistakes happen. But when Patches does this, he gives him a pretty good slug kind of across the cheekbone.
Yeah.
It's like, mistakes happen. Own them. Huh?
I mean, owie, but why do you say it was a mistake?
I hope that what you just did was a mistake.
Is it really a mistake if I do not control it?
But you absolutely controlled the option to use the wand.
You do not know what the one will do?
I'm not exactly.
I see. Maybe point that somewhere away from friends if you're going to use it.
I mean, I did this, so. I don't know what more you want from me.
Patches and Boss both give me insight checks, please. 18. Boss, you're a little bit focused on Patches such that you don't notice this. But Patches, as you're kind of being grilled by these two, I don't want to say too much about Bones' feelings on Feck's behalf, but this is loaded for Bones. This is...
Bones just punched you. That's wild for Bones.
Yeah,
What are you
well,
doing?
it is it's clear that Bones is, I don't know, there's baggage here for Bones. Real quick, let me jump to Marvel.
Question.
Go ahead.
First off, I was like, do I need to make an insight check for this as well? But I'm like,
Oh, you can roll an insight check, sure. Yeah.
not very good. It's only a 7.
Yeah, you can make your
I mean,
own
I still
inferences.
I'm kind of freak out after a
Yeah,
fireball. so
I will not
assume
give
it's
you any
fireball.
additional
Okay.
information, but you can make your own inferences.
What do I know
Otherwise-
about Wands of Wonder? Or do I know what this wand
An
is?
Arcana, or Artificer's Tools check.
Do I get to apply any lore to it?
Arcana check lore.
28.
28? Yeah, absolutely. It's not even a very good ability check. Is not quite an identify spell, but you get the gist. You activate it, and then some random effect takes place. You can't control what happens when you activate it. You do know that there's mostly harmful, and some of them are good.
Gotcha. I mean, I've seen him use this wand a few times.
Yeah, for sure.
One of the times he just felt comatose.
Yeah, for sure. All that fight took place in 18 seconds or whatever. By this point, a couple of other passengers have streamed off of the train. Alini, the bear guy, steps out. Adelina steps out, sees a giant dead ogre on the tracks, and sees that some of you guys are badly injured. There's
You guys look
smoke
like shit.
everywhere.
What happened?
The conductor steps over. The tapper gets back onto the train.
Yeah.
The conductor actually stays out here.
Also, I take my armor off.
Understood. You take your armor off. The conductor steps over and says, "I really, this was not a good idea.
I'll walk by him and just pat him on the head.
This is not good. This is not good. Should not let the passengers engage in combat. As everyone is, he surveys and sees that no one is dead.
Are you well? Are you both well?
Yeah, we are just fine. He looks down at his tapper and says, I'm good. I'm good, thanks to you.
We will not tell your manager that you allowed us to fight because you did not. We saved your life of our own volition.
Very well. Give me a persuasion check. Or deception, if you're lying. No. I assume persuasion.
We want to talk to the manager.
22.
22. It eases his mind a bit. You can absolutely intuit that he's concerned about, like, what the fuck this paperwork is going to look like.
You followed your orders exactly as you were commanded to.
Okay, very well. Well, we will work to get this enormous corpse off of the tracks. Let us see what we can do about this.
I'll start trying to drag it off.
Yeah, give me an athletics check. Oh yeah, you've got the gauntlets.
Oh, can I help? I can...
Yeah, you can give him advantage or vice versa.
Can I help because I'm the strongest one here?
Multiple people can help, so just give Cadence advantage, regardless of how many help.
Wait, so I'm doing this, sorry.
You have advantage, yes.
Okay.
Multiple people are helping you. A bunch of you gather together and start to
my armor lets me use my intelligence as strength anyways.
Very nice.
Only a 15.
15, with you guys working together, is enough to sort of like, the three of you work together and sort of roll it laboriously upwards and send it tumbling down that slight slope down the side of a railroad track. And it's enough to sort of move it off of the tracks, enough that the train can move at least. You haven't, like, moved it off to the woods. There's still just a dead ogre at the side of the train tracks, but there's enough room for the train to move now, at least. Bones, go ahead.
I'm going to go over, while they're moving, because God knows I can't help with that. I'm going to go over to Crimple, and I will just, like...
Did you see that, Mr. Bones?
Okay.
I did it with my magic.
I saw you did.
That was scary.
Yes, it is scary.
Did you hear the sound it made?
It was a horrible sound,
It was
yes.
a terrible sound.
Yes.
I don't think I'll forget that.
No, you most likely will not.
Might be dreaming about that tonight, I reckon.
For many nights, probably, yes.
You see behind him the bear guy, the dream sorcerer guy, the guy that knows a lot about dream magic, is like nodding his head a little bit.
You did well under pressure. It's not fun to have to do that, but you performed admirably.
Oh, thanks. I don't hear that too often.
You did, yes.
Oh, you did as well, by the way.
Thank you.
We would have been right scuppered without you all.
Yes, almost certainly. At least that one would be dead. Looking over the Ether Tappert.
Right. Well, that and we'd be stuck out here. Would have been two ways of bad.
Yeah, the real tragedy is that we'd be stuck, yes.
That's among the tragedies.
Yep.
Not the biggest one.
This child seems to understand tragedy.
Bones is convinced that everything is okay enough, and I think he's just going to start going back in and get to his music.
Perfect. Eventually, after Adelina walks around, just like asks what happened and gets the story, and Alini likewise just kind of stands outside and watches as this all happens, and eventually gets back on the train as well. Jules comes over to you, Marisco, and says, "Are you all right? That was a vicious bite." He looks down at your leg.
I'll be alright. It's not that big a deal. I can heal it. You're a good shot. I didn't know you did that.
Right. It's not something I've had to do in a while. It came right back, though.
Was that something that Pablo did?
You see his, he looks taken aback for a second, and, says, I'm not sure what you mean.
Mariska will tap his breast to... I did not mean to be nosy, but you did almost made a show out of putting your ticket in your pocket earlier, so... He's printed right there.
You see him look down at his pocket, and he kind of reaches up and like rubs his head for a second. Says, "Gods, right. Don't quite know where to start. Yes.
Their name would be a good spot to start.
Right. Yes, this is something that Pablo did. We can talk about it inside?
That's fine. We probably should get in before the conductor gets angry or at us.
Right. He looks very unsettled. He looks very uncomfortable with the fact that you have come to this discovery. But nonetheless, walks back into the train with you, as I believe everybody else does, unless anyone else has anything else they wish to do. after a short time of sort of getting everything back in order, the train begins to move once again. And I presume that for the most part, you guys head back to where you were sleeping, getting your sleeping arrangements back together.
Is Gloria still just sitting in the corner? Did she move or do anything during any of that?
She never came out. You step back there and you see that her window is open, and you see that she was perhaps like looking and listening out the window. But she says, well, it sounded eventful out there.
I'm sure you would know.
She smiles at you. So it would have been hard to miss. Let's see here. Boss, give me a perception check with advantage for smell. And I also would like Cadence and Patches to make this perception check as well. Yours do not have advantage.
22 on boss.
Brilliant.
Oh, like shit. Does it matter if it's worse than my passive?
It does. You can use your passive and apply your criminal lore as well, which is why I was asking you. And you can apply your mafia lore as well.
19.
19.
What does that add?
Plus 2.
18.
18, 19, and 22. You all recognize basically the same thing, kind of for different reasons. Cadence and Patches. You walk by where the bear fella, Alini, has gotten back to his seat and is like settling back in to go to sleep for the night. You see that he has his little bags open down in front of him. And you see something that Boss smells. Boss, you smell something like sawdust and sugar or something. Sawdust and caramel, of kind of earthy but sweet smell. As Alini, trying to be discreet but not good at it, opens a little like case. It looks almost like a cigarette case, but inside of it is not cigarettes. It's a little thing about the size of a cough drop. It's kind of like a tan little capsule of some sort of mineral. It's like covered in some sort of goop. The two of you seeing this know that this is Slumberjack. This is a drug that you can take that will essentially render you unconscious for a number of hours and allow you to dream other people's dreams. It essentially sends your consciousness into the dreams of other people, so you experience other people's dreams. And then on a 22, you just recognize that smell. I don't think you know what it is, but you smell it, certainly.
I would say I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know how you would know, really. So,
is he taking this thing?
yeah, you do see, like, I think he tries to be sly about it, but you guys rolled well. He like, slips it under his tongue and, like, leans back in his chair and goes to close his eyes.
What was that?
Oh, he, like, coughs a little bit.
It had a very interesting smell. I don't.
Oh no, that's just my lozenge. I just throat dry a little bit.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to.
Well, I hope you sleep well.
Do I have a second while he's still awake?
Yeah.
Can I try to say in Thieves' Cant, hoping to see something? And just see if he recognizes Thieves' Cant.
He doesn't seem to recognize what you're saying at all.
Okay.
And you see him, like, rapidly begin to sort of doze off. You both know on your roll it is a very fast-acting drug. He takes it and is, like, unconscious within 10 seconds or so. He, like, trails off while talking to you, boss, essentially. And his head rolls back and his mouth kind of droops off. Yes, quite valuable.
Is anybody else around us at this time?
Yeah, there's just whoever's walking into the train. You guys happen to be walking past him when this happens, but everyone else is around too.
When I hear kids speak in Thieves' Cant, I kind of give like a nod.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll like just point at some random, like, some upholstery somewhere, and I'll turn to Patches and in Thieves' Cant talking about the upholstery.
Yeah.
We should probably swipe that.
And Thieves' Cant back, like, I don't see why not.
It would be very easy. He is unconscious, and you can see that he barely got this case back into his bag. It's like sitting on top of his books.
I'll wait till I think no one's looking.
At the moment the room is crowded, but
I'll try to make a swipe.
I think I want his books. What was the one? Did you say?
Rob him!
No, the one that he had was like very rare, right?
Another thing was rare. No, he didn't have any rare books, but writings on Oniromancy are not that common in general, but he doesn't have like a super rare, valuable book. He has a very important and noteworthy book, The Sleepwalker's Almanac. But it's not super rare. You can get it at a bookstore. We'll assume that at some point you guys try to snag this thing discreetly. Mm-hmm. Either one of you or both of you, or one of you with advantage, or both of you separately give me sleight of hand checks to try to do that.
Just to say, I would probably be following Cadence back since we're heading back to the room.
Yeah, I assume he doesn't do this at this time.
Yeah.
That's up to you. I assume you're not doing this in front of
No,
everybody.
I want to wait till I think I can get away with it.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. Both separate, see what happens? Is that what you said?
You can either one do it with advantage or both do it separately. Either way,
I got a plus
it's
8.
going to work together essentially.
What you got?
Plus 8.
I'll just give advantage.
Okay. I'm gonna roll a 1 anyway, so. Hey, let's go. 21?
Right. Okay. Again, you don't steal it at this moment.
Right.
When the time comes for you to steal it, we'll bet 21 to do so. But for the moment, you guys make your way back to your own rooms. I believe is what everyone is doing. I think I will come first to Marble and Cadence, who kind of left off in a bit of a tense moment. You guys make your way back to your room.
Well, that was a fun distraction.
Yeah. He like just kind of steps forward and kind of grabs both your hands. He looks really determined, and he looks in your eyes. He's like, kind of like, clears his throat. I want to make out, and with groping,
Jesus Christ.
and then eat you out.
Bro.
Cadence, you have never in a million years heard Marble speak this way.
No. I've never heard anybody speak this way.
Also true.
They can't afford to beat around the bush. It will take too long.
Right. There's no time for innuendos when you stutter as much as this. You gotta just get to the point.
I'll look you in the eyes. Why'd you let that giant go?
It didn't feel right to take his life.
Why not?
I don't like the idea of me killing. And I could see some humanity in his eyes.
You know, turn around and I'll lock the door. Take your clothes off.
And at that point, unless something happens that I'm not expecting.
He'll keep his underwear on.
Perfect. Now get on your knees and beg me for it. And then we can fade to black.
And then we're going to go ahead and fade to black there before we get banned from YouTube.
Johnny wasn't big for it.
Wild.
He's back now.
Meanwhile, let's see here. I'm going to go to the front of the train first and just go through everybody. Bones, you just going to sleep or doing some more schematics and eventually going to sleep?
He eventually passes out. I think he kind of keeps an eye on Crimple just to make sure that he is actually okay.
Yeah. Give me perception or insight, your choice.
I'm going the insight route. My surface level assumption is that he is so aloof that this will simply wash over him. But 18 insight to see if that is incorrect.
It's a little incorrect. He sort of was projecting that, but you see him like tossing and turning a bunch. He tries to go back to sleep, and you see him like roll over, sit up for a little while and just look out the window, go back to trying to go to sleep, roll over a few times. He had been falling asleep in 2 seconds earlier when he went to sleep, and he's now having a lot of trouble falling asleep.
All right. I don't know if I have a good solution for that, but at the very least, hi, buddy. At the very least, I don't go anywhere. I stay here so that there's like somebody nearby each time he wakes up.
Okay. This all happened at about 10 p.m. Once you get moving again, it's about 10:30. At about maybe 11:15, after 45 unsuccessful minutes of trying to go to sleep, he just kind of gets up, comes, sits down across from you, says, "Mr. Bones, but
Yes.
is it all right if I listen to some of your music?"
Yes, of course.
And he either goes to take some of the headphones if you've got them, or if you just turn it on in here. And he leans his head back and listens to your music, and you see a little curl of a smile on the sides of his faces, and he eventually falls asleep shortly thereafter.
What are you listening to?
Hey, what music do you put on, Mr.
I probably was listening to something kind of jazzy, and I will swap over to something a lot calmer. Just very plain orchestral, just some sort of a symphony.
Yeah.
Lots of percussion.
Lots of sudden percussion. Yeah, like sudden bursts of like rolling percussion. Yeah.
Right. Adelina across the way just kind of smiles seeing this,
Nocturne.
and then eventually goes to sleep as well. Ghost sits and reads and gets his relaxation time that he needs, not being someone that sleeps. Cadence and Marble are in their room having the time of it. Patches, you just going to bed?
Yes.
All right. Then last but not least, Boss. You just going to bed as well?
Seems like Ghost has been doing a lot of relaxing this episode.
Yeah, he's not doing his part, and we can all acknowledge that together.
I mean, is Morisco... Sorry, are you back with Picasso? Pablo?
Yes, I think he was at least making his way back to the room with Jules, I believe. Correct me if that's incorrect, Marisco.
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
You guys came on the train together if you wanted something with Marisco before he does that.
I don't want anything here. I'm just going to go to sleep.
Okay. Then last but not least, I'll come to Jules and Marisco. You guys come into the room. Pablo Jules takes off his holster where his gun was strapped and kind of sets it down, unbuttons his shirt a bit. Says, I suppose I'll start by saying I'm sorry.
Good start.
The name, my actual name, and he pulls out his ticket. It's not easy being a Chennaian in the Union. The war is fresh on people's minds. I find it easier to just pretend I'm someone else. The name, even if I'm being honest, and he kind of clears his throat. The accent too is not real. But he clears his throat again. People are a little more accepting of charming man named Jules Crow than a veteran of a war that their families died in. But nonetheless, I lying to you. I sound like I'm trying to justify myself. I suppose I am, but it was not right to lie to you, especially under the circumstances. And he looks at the bed where the sheets are tousled and the pillows are all over the place. So it was wrong of me, and I'm sorry. I understand if you would like to leave.
I thought about it, but I am. Tell me more about the ring. Why wear it if you're going to keep it invisible?
Oh. He looks down at his hand. Says that is to here I can just kind of show you, and he pulls it off his hand, and when he does, it turns visible, and it looks just like a simple wedding band. This is it. Just protects my mind. It makes it so that people can't read my mind with magic or anything like that. Again, maybe it's paranoid. I worry that someone is going to hold me responsible for something that was done by my country.
That is it. The wedding ring, nothing more.
That's it. I swear to you. You can make me an insight check if you wish to.
Yes.
So bad.
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
He seems genuine. He seems traumatized. But he doesn't seem like he is deceiving you. He seems like he has been through some shit, and this is his way of dealing with it.
We all have our secrets as long as there's no one else getting hurt in this situation. I have, living in a port town, and you're acute as me, you have been with a sailor or two who has lied about their situation.
Give me a persuasion check, Marisco. And do it with advantage.
I'm rolling like dog shit today. That did keep me from a 1, though, so I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. He says, "That's understandable, and I hate to know that I will not be counted in that tally, but perhaps the rest of the night we could just sleep here, if you wish to, or you leave. I understand. Whatever you want to do."
I think this bed may be more comfortable than mine.
There's no... A lot of his playfulness is gone. There's a lot of his, like, flirtatious energy is gone. He doesn't smile. He doesn't laugh. But he gets down into the bed and lays down and sort of awaits you to lay with him.
You killed the mood.
It's okay. I don't think anything happens. The mood is pretty killed, but I think they can share the bed together, and that'll be fine.
Yeah, he just kind of puts an arm on your shoulder, and what's your passive perception is 9.
Yeah.
Just at one point, as you both are sort of in that sort of hazy in between of drifting off or being awake, you just kind of feel, not sobbing. It's not a full like heave chest sobbing, but you hear a gentle like sniffle behind you and hear kind of the ragged breath of his crying. But unless you do or say anything in that situation, I think the two of you eventually just kind of drift off, or do you?
Mariska would think about just letting him have that, not let him know that he's noticed. But I think at one point he'll turn around and hug into his chest and just let him cry if he needs to, I guess.
He does. He accepts that offer, and eventually the two of you just kind of doze off, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for Marvel.
Uh-oh.
After you and Cadence's adventurous night, you both eventually go to sleep. I assume in the bed together or in beds near each other, one or the other.
I assume Cadence is like a cigarette.
Yeah, something like that. You, Marble, find your mind in that strange space between awake and asleep as you start to doze off. That space where your sort of semi-conscious mind plants the seeds that will bloom into dreams in the hours to come. What do you think Marble is thinking about as he falls asleep? And as he sleeps, what do you think that he dreams about? Given the night that he's had, the day that he's had, the week that he's had, knowing that your parents are on a boat across the ocean, knowing everything that you've gone through the last few days, replaying conversation with Mick Eisenhower in your mind, and the visit to the radio tower, and everything that happened with Rami, and just the whirlwind of days that you've had. What do you think Marble's thinking about as he drifts off to sleep, and what kind of dreams do you think arise from those thoughts?
Yeah, so he probably falls asleep, laying in bed with Cadence, probably, glasses off, so he's really blind, but just kind of probably laying on her arm, looking at her as he's drifting off to sleep. Just really feeling really good. Just in a nice spot, feeling really close and intimate. Finished. So he probably ends up dreaming of Cadence.
Makes sense.
And just enjoying her company.
For sure. I think there's parts of your dreams, and you can correct me if this is not true, where you sort of like imagine yourself in sort of a domestic situation with Cadence, perhaps like
as domestic as I think Cadence can possibly be.
Yeah. I think you imagine like you guys in your workshop just kind of like working on something together, or playing a game of Go together. I think at times your work, as you dream of being in your workshop,
You might even dream more like what they might get up to on this adventure. They've all
Yeah.
been spending some time together. So like maybe her at the races.
Yeah, at the races, and again, with your travels upcoming to Cherry Falls that you've discussed going on together, I think you dream about going to Cherry Falls, about being in this artificer fight, and about eventually gathering your parts for your power core. I think your dreams are flooded with the parts that you need to find, and your you have committed, as you told me, your schematics to memory by writing and destroying and writing and destroying and writing and destroying them over and over, kind of unwilling to risk them being written down anywhere. So I think that those are stored deep in your subconscious, and you store your most preciously guarded secrets in the safety of your mind. So I think sometimes those appear in your dreams as well. And you dream of yourself in Cadence and Cherry Falls. And you've never been to Cherry Falls, so what you would imagine Cherry Falls to be like.
Yeah, I can do what I imagine. It's probably just like cherry. You probably imagine cherry blossoms, and maybe a waterfall. Like that's all he probably thinks it is. It's just a city next to a waterfall with like a mountain and lots of cherry blossoms.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Cadence.
Once Marble is asleep, I probably get up
Okay.
and walk over to my bag of holding,
Okay.
and I pull out the letter from Lydia that was stamped to my door,
Yes.
and I probably just read it a few times. And then I think about Marble's answer, why he let the giant go. Then I read the letter again. And then I think I go back to bed, and it's probably a weirdly restless night.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
At some point in there, you sneak out and steal
A bunch of Slumberjack.
What you end up with is a little cigarette case that has 2 more doses of Slumberjack in it.
Fancy.
I'll get you prices for those at some point. Eventually, you drift off into sort of uneasy sleep, waking up a few times throughout the night. It's an unfamiliar bed, too. It's certainly not the comfort Cadence is used to in her apartment. And dreams that sort of wander. Yeah, it's just a troubled night of kind of dark dreams and...
Not even really dark, just more like, I don't know, like unanswerable questions, I guess.
For sure.
Just not sure where this is all going to wind up going,
Yeah.
which is not a normal state of being.
Absolutely. I think a few times in there you kind of replay the conversation you had with Gloria Alice and her parable about that tree. Boss, what are your thoughts as you drift off to sleep, and what do you dream about?
Bots goes to sleep fairly quickly, but finds himself in a dream. He's 14 years old. He is carrying his newborn brother into like the royal hall, where he sees his parents both at the front on their thrones, eyes open, but like almost as if they're completely unconscious. And there's a gathering in front of them, and he carries his newborn brother up to the front of the group, and there's a tall Loxodon standing at the front looking very regal and compelling, and he hands his brother to this Loxodon. Finds himself kind of shifting dreams at this point. You know, like when you dream, like you can, like, you just, the next dream happens, and you don't recognize, like,
there's no transition.
You don't recognize anything that's different. Like, it's just all of a sudden. So, he's in the desert. He's sitting with Jadu.
Mm-hmm.
He's training. Jadu is telling him history lessons as they are practicing their magics.
Jadu is this very imposingly tall, maybe almost 7 feet tall. Looks mostly like a human man, except that his skin is all kind of a light blue, almost Dr. Manhattan style, except without the glow. Long, flowing black hair that blows like there's always wind around him somehow, like loose-fitting robes and this long sort of pole arm that he's training you with, and speaking to you about history, speaking to you about his sort of exploits in the wars past, the purge and all that.
As that occurs, Jadu pulls out a pike and stabs it right through Basamajik's chest, which launches him straight up in bed as he wakes up.
Yeah, you wake up at the start, in the middle of the night.
That is just in a cold sweat. The last thing I'll say is that as he dressed back off, he goes back to that throne room where his parents are on their thrones. They're no longer there.
Yeah.
And that Tall locks it down that he handed his newborn son to, or sorry, not son, his newborn brother to, is just standing there by himself, cackling.
Makes sense. As you start up in the middle of the night and kind of look out the window and get your bearings, it's about 1 a.m. and you can see the part of the reason that you've woken up is that the train has slowed quite a bit. It doesn't stop, but you pass through the city of Lux. Almost not even through it, but kind of on its outskirts. You can kind of see the twinkling lights and the greenish-black smoke rising from the city, although it doesn't have any color to it at this time of night. It's just smoke, darkness in the night. The city is nowhere near the size of Daybreak, but it's still a sizable metro, the political capital of the nation of Seoul, though Daybreak is kind of its capital for the more practical purposes. And eventually, looking out the window and seeing the city of Lux sort of distracts you, perhaps enough to send your thoughts elsewhere so that you can drift back to sleep and have perhaps even some more troubled dreams, as you've just described, than the ones that you began with. Morisco, I don't need you to tell me what you dream about.
Okay.
Because I know what you dream about.
Okay.
Sunlight pours down through the surface of water, so clear and shallow that the light forms dancing, refracting patterns of white on the seafloor. The water is clear and bright and teeming with bright-colored, vibrant, living things. You find yourself floating in this space, suspended in the warm water, a minuscule little creature in a vast and shallow ocean. And you hear singing, a soft and soothing female voice, haunting and distant, coming from somewhere above the surface of the water. What do you do?
I'm gonna swim over to the shell and try to go inside it.
You swim down to the shell, to you the size of, almost a building. Swim down into the opening of it and kind of nestle your way as far into it as you can before it shrinks down to the size where you can no longer fit. And being inside of there, it's a strange, you feel like whatever sea creature, whatever hermit crab, whatever lived in this shell before you. You feel safe, you feel sheltered. Somewhere, though you couldn't consciously know this, somewhere in the back of your subconscious, you know that soon that figure is going to rise above the surface of the water, and you feel like you're protected for whatever is coming. And while you are protected, the bright water surrounding you turns to shade, and the warmth goes cool, and the shadow of that colossal tabaxi woman looms over the water's surface. The sea creatures all around you begin to scatter, darting off in every direction. As above you, the hand of this woman reaches down into the water, still the source of all of this singing. What do you do?
I'm going to peek out of the shell, and it looks like it's coming for the shell to pick it up.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. See, you know I can't notice things. Oh, I actually noticed something, maybe.
Amazing. You look around, you look at this hand coming down. Again, it's a weird thing where while you are in a dream, you don't remember having had this dream before, but you have this weird thing where you have had this dream before. And you manage to steel yourself in the safety of your little shell and calculate in your mind that this hand is not coming for you. You see on the seafloor nearby that there is a vibrant, rainbow, multicolored sea slug of some kind that has been too slow to escape from the reaching of this hand. And the hand grasps down into the bottom of the water and begins to grab for it. And as you see it grab at this slug, once again, as the last time you had this dream, everything just kind of freezes and stops. Do you do anything in that moment?
I'm hungry, so I'm going to leave the shell and go find food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You come out and start to search for food around. It's hard because most everything has fled. Everything is largely gone, all the creatures. You begin to see, as in the last dream, the water around you begin to grow cloudy and murky and red as blood drips into the water like slow raindrops all around you. Looking up, you see that water is pouring, or that the blood is pouring from this woman's throat and is hitting the water in enormous drops that spread and disperse, turning everything around you a pinkish hue.
Is she still trying to sing? Is like with the blood sputtering everywhere? Or?
She is, and the song is coming out garbled and unclear.
Ugh.
And you see something move in the water. Huge. As big as the sea creatures that have swum past. In the cloud, in the murk, you can't make out the details. But something, while time is frozen all around you, rapidly moves past in the water. And it is at this point that you awaken. But before we come to you awakening, let me ask Bones. Bones, what do you dream about? What do you think about as you drift off, and what do you dream about?
Bones at some point falls asleep as he is still working, falls asleep in his work. And I think at some point he begins to have a dream where he is sitting in front of a go board in just like a black void, a dream void of some sort. And there's the table, there's the go board, and then there's like a little radio set next to the board. And he moves a piece, and then there's static that comes from the radio. And then he sees another go board, some distant way away, but clearly not in the same place, where all on its own a piece moves across the board. And then a few seconds pass, and one of the black pieces moves. And then the radio next to Bones chatters, and it moves on his board as well. And that goes on for a little while. But then eventually there's like a pop, and the radio like fizzles. Something goes wrong with the radio. And it's silent for a while. But then he hears a voice that comes through the radio that says, again. And when he looks down at the go board now, there's like a die sitting in the middle of it, just like a D6. And he picks it up and looks at it, and there are 5 black faces and 1 white face. And he rolls it, and it lands black, and he watches as 2 or 3 of the black pieces are like instantly shattered on the board. And then the voice says again, and he rolls again, and 3 more black pieces get destroyed. And it says again, and he rolls again, and this time it lands white, and 3 white pieces get destroyed. And the voice says again, and he rolls again, and he rolls again, and until eventually he just wakes up in a start.
Okay. You are in the midst of this dream. This voice saying again, 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 again. You take 17 points of damage, and I need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh, fuck. What?
Marisco, you are searching for something to eat in bloody water where everything is frozen except for this moving figure in the dark. It darts past so fast you try to trace it with your eyes, but you can't quite trace it. And there's a moment where you turn around and the giant thing that has been moving in the dark is visible to you for a moment. It is a towering coral woman that looks like some goddess, some great spirit.
She's hot.
And you, before you have enough time to study her appearance at all, shoot awake in bed. You look around, and Jules is missing. Your door is slightly open, and you hear a ringing in your ears, letting you know that the reason you have woken up is because you just heard a gunshot. What do you do?
Try to get out of bed. I mean, done.
Yeah, half your movement to stand up and prone.
Rest of the movement to get to the door because it's open, right?
Yep. You got 10 more feet. The gunshot came from somewhere close to the front of the train, or closer than where you are anyway. So you've got 5 more feet for free. That's your just movement so far. You've got action and bonus action remaining to you.
Oh, okay. Still don't see anything?
Nope.
I'll feline agility to keep going. Do I see anything on the ground or floor?
Passive perception? No. You can take a search action if you wish to.
Yeah, I'll search and see if I can find out which way he went before I go in the wrong direction.
Give me perception or investigation or survival. Any are fine. You see, on a 15, I don't think you see where he went on a 15.
Okay, I'm right outside boss's door, so I'll knock on it and try to wake him up.
Yeah, I'll let you know that probably around this time that we're in initiative order here, so he hasn't taken a turn yet, but boss has woken up for the same reason. You hear boss moving in his room because he also seems to have heard what you heard.
Okay.
On a 15, I will say on a 15, you do see that this door is slightly ajar.
Mine?
No, the door between trains.
You want to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, I've used the feline agility, I'll keep going then. If he's already up, then there's no reason to wake him up.
Yep, you see boss already opening his door, presumably. With your feline agility, I think, let's see here, this has moved you as far as you can go with feline agility. You now have your action and bonus action still available to you.
Okay.
Oh no, you took a search action, I'm sorry. So all you have is a bonus action left.
Okay. Don't really have any good use for that, so I'm good.
Okay. Patches. It is here because I completely forgot to ask you because I'm a bad DM. What was Patches dreaming about before he was woken up by a gunshot?
Nothing.
Just dreamless nights. Understood.
Totally valid so well.
Yeah, for sure. There are nights that are dreamless.
No, just blew up some people with a fireball. Just
Don't worry about it.
We did get him complaining about not being able to talk about his dream before the cut, right?
I don't think we did.
Well, it's crazy. We're just in combat now. Huh?
Amazing.
I guess I just didn't dream about it.
In that case, in the midst of dreamless sleep, there is a gunshot that wakens you. What do you do?
I'll get out of bed and start going towards where I heard it.
All right. So 15 to stand up, 20, 30 gets you here. Would you like to take a dash action?
Sure.
15, 30. As you step into the car, the bartender's no longer out here. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. You see the clock says it's about 3 o'clock in the morning. Gloria is still sitting in her chair, working on a cross stitch, not responding to anything that has happened so far.
Sus.
Boss, you waken to hear a gunshot. What do you do?
Well, I'll go right for it.
Following it. All right. 15 to stand up.
Oh, wait. Do I recognize the gunshot?
Give me what's your passive perception with disadvantage because you were asleep? But you also have passive with advantage. So
18.
Okay, 18.
Do I recognize do I recognize this? Have I heard this shot today?
That's a really good question.
Is it Joel's gun?
I'm saying at 18, you're not sure. 18 is not good enough to
Can I
recognize a
roll for
specific gunshot. No, because you were asleep when it happened.
Understood.
It's definitely gonna be your passive.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Okay. There's nothing else I want to check there. Let's just run for it.
All right, 15 to stand up, 20, 30. That's your movement. So you want to take an action to dash.
Where am I? Oh, I'm right there still.
Yep.
Oh shit.
You see Maurice running as fast as he can that way.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right, 15, 30 more. Pick me up. Puppies. Marvel, you were woken in the middle of the night by a gunshot. What do you do?
Cool. Thankfully, the underwear never came off, so I still got those on. But I will either in your action, I guess, throw my glasses on,
Okay.
and then I will jump out of bed,
Okay.
and then I will action dash and tabaxi dash to kind of
Okay.
get to where
It's 15 to stand up, 20, 30. Tabaxi doubles your speed, so 15, 30 more. That's your tabaxi dash just movement. You have an action left. You want to dash.
Yeah, so I guess I have a question here. If I dash and then use tabaxi dash,
It doubles your movement speed for the whole turn, meaning your dash is also a double move.
then I will dash as well.
So another 15, 20, 30, 15, 30. You can see that all the doors along this way are slightly ajar. You see that there's a few people in here that have woken up as well. In fact, everyone in here has woken up, but you still don't see the source of the gunshot yet. At least nobody in this room has a gun out. Okay. You do see that Alini is the only one still asleep. He's like drooling down the sides of his face. Magically asleep. Okay.
And I assume that I can't see through the cracks of the doors.
Not enough to make out much detail.
Okay.
That brings us to Bones. Bones, you are in the midst of a dream, being told again. You wake up because there is the most intense pain you have ever felt. It is you shoot awake and look down at your knee where the pain is, and there's a bullet shot just above your left knee. Blood is already profusely soaking your pants. If I'm not mistaken, you were down to 1 hit point. You look over your shoulder. Standing behind you is Jules Crow with a pistol pointed down at your knee with smoke rising from it. And he says to you, Bonacella von Stapel, this is for my husband. What do you do?
I think I reach for the gun. Like pure survival instinct kicks in. I reach for the gun and I shoot.
Okay. Reach for his gun as if to disarm him. Reach for your gun and shoot him.
Is my gun near enough that I can reach
assume
for it?
that you keep it very near. That's up to you.
Then yeah, I think that there is a world where he sits here and tries to talk his way out of it. But when you wake up in danger, it is a certain primal fear that takes over. He grabs his rifle and shoots.
Yes.
15.
15 is going to miss.
Yeah, that tracks.
You are just in too much of a panic. You swing the rifle up as fast as you can, and as described earlier, this guy moves with the precision of someone who has done this before.
Yep. I don't. I have a bonus action. I guess I try to scramble disengage.
Okay.
I'm sure that does not go well with a shot leg.
It does not go great. You still have your full movement speed, and he is not wielding a melee weapon, so he can't take an opportunity attack against you here. So it's 15 to stand up, 20 gets you right there.
Yep. I'll tabaxi dash for another 30.
First 30 gets you here, and you go an additional 30 to run between rooms. 15.
And so I think it is about the time that the cold air hits when he opens this door that he has the first rational thought that he's had since he woke up. Is there a ladder going up?
Yes, there is.
So instead of going into the cart, I shut the door behind me and I go up.
Understood. I think your movement is enough to get all the way on top of the cart if you wish to.
Just barely. And I pull myself up. And I am probably reaching for my belt to start doing a tourniquet, but I can't get it all done in this turn.
Yep. Excruciating pain. The entire process is insanely painful.
Right.
Marvel, with your past perception, you do see the door fly open in front of you. And outside of your door of your train or of your car, you do see that Bones is bleeding profusely from a shot to his knee and is hobbling his way up on top of the car. Cadence. You hear a gunshot. What do you do?
I will pull out my pistol for an item interaction. I will move, dash, and cunning action dash.
Okay.
And just start running to where the shot came from, which should put me right around Alini, I think.
15.
Should
20,
be 90 total.
30. Dash for another
Minus
30.
15.
And then you can bonus action dash as well, you said?
Yes.
15. 30. Yep, you're almost to Alini up here. If I did my math right. Okay. That brings us to Jules. None of you really see him at first, but he goes 10, 20, steps out between the cars, a foot on either side, points his pistol up at you, Bones, says, "Did you call it in? Do you deny that you called it in?
No, you want to...
He shoots you.
Yep, that's fine.
Nat 1 for his first shot. He's going to make 2 more. I'm going to roll these in front of the board. Should have been rolling them all in front of the board. He adds 7 to this. What's your AC?
15.
15, so he needs to roll at least an 8 on one of these 2d20s to hit you. Those are both hits. Nat 19 and Nat 18. The first shot hits you, and you fall down onto your back unconscious. He does not take his second shot. Boy, this guy's a veteran. Does he have cunning action? He can dash as a cunning action. He uses a cunning action to dash to get up on top of the roof with you. Points the gun down at you. You're at 0 hit points. You're not physically unconscious yet. He has made a point you can see to... He could have shot you in the head.
Right, he could have shot me in the head.
He
while I
shot
was
you in the
sleeping,
knee,
yeah.
and this shot hits you in the shoulder. He's deliberately not killed you yet. He says...
I think when he gets up there, Bones, he doesn't... What he does, he says, "Did you get Shevchenko?"
Not yet. You were first.
Get her too?
His pistol shakes in his hand. His eyes water. Roll a persuasion check, please. It stays his hand long enough that he does not take his third shot. Yet. And we move to Morisco's turn.
So what did you say?
He said, "Did you get Shevchenko?" Morisco,
Yeah.
what would you like to do?
Um,
You unfortunately started pretty far back.
I did. Let's see here. I see Boss is in the way of the hallway, and it's so hard to squeeze past him in hallways.
True. You did
yeah,
see
I
that there's a
think
ladder
too.
between.
Yeah, I did see the ladder as I went through. Could I think to climb up there and try to run faster by not having people in the way?
Totally, yeah. Climbing up, walking back there, climbing up the ladder is 15 feet of movement. That gets you on top. And you do see up ahead Jules standing over Bones, who is kind of seated on his back, barely holding himself up with a gun pointed at Bones. His gun is trembling in his hand. You see, I think, both of their eyes are watering.
I'll probably try to yell Jules' name, but since we're on a moving train, I imagine it doesn't at all.
Roll me a Constitution check to yell as loud as you can.
Okay. $18.
18? It's loud enough. He doesn't hear the details, but he hears a sound of someone yelling and turns his head enough to see you. He... have him do it too. He yells something that you cannot hear. Bones, you hear Jules, Pavlo, look back towards Morisco, who has gotten on top of the train, and yell, "Go back inside." But Morisco does not hear it.
Nope. I'd like to take my action to dash, which should get me across the car.
Yep, that looks right.
Okay. I don't think I can do anything with the bonus action because I'm still so far away. Yeah, so that'll be it for now.
Okay. That brings us to young Master Crimple. Sweet Timothy. Bones, Jules is hovering over top of you. You hear the sound of the train door opening down below. You hear the voice of Timothy Crimple yell up, "Mr. Bones? Mr. Bones, are you all right? Oh, you there, scoundrel!" There's a sound of spellcasting. Timothy Crimple uses his only spell. He casts Thunderwave. If Jules Crow fails his saving throw against Thunderwave, he is pushed 10 feet back, knocked off of this train, and he will fall off the side of this train and die. Timothy Crimple's DC is not very high, but neither is the strength or the Constitution saving throw of Jules Crow.
One moment, please. I'm looking at something. I want to use Invoke Chance.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming, well, what is this roll that's going to be done?
It's going to be a Constitution saving throw done by Jules to avoid a spell cast by Timothy Crimple.
Right, it's a bad save versus a bad DC.
Yeah, I'll use my Invoke Chance.
Okay. You use Invoke Chance.
So saving throw.
Yes, I do.
Instead of there being a Constitution saving throw against a spell cast, Timothy Crimple and Jules Crow are going to each just roll a d100, and whoever rolls higher is the one who succeeds at this saving the throw versus casting the spell.
Oh my god.
Also, if the creature using the ability rolls higher than the target by more than 50, it is a
A
critical.
critical failure. I'm going to roll for Timothy Crimple first. Actually, why don't you please spin for Timothy Crimple, and I will roll for Jules Crow.
Spin.
I like to. So is this one of those? Is this one of those things where like time stops for just these two and Patches?
I think Patches sees them spinning game show wheels. Oh no, 2.
That's
Well,
2.
Wait, is it? Didn't we want Timothy Crimple to roll low?
no, we wanted
No.
Timothy Crimple to roll high.
Oh.
So there's a 1 in
Well, we don't know
100
what
chance that
Bones
Jules Crow
wants,
will
but-
roll lower right now, but we'll still roll it. That is a 49.
So close.
So it's not critical.
Unfortunately, you see Timothy Crimple raise the spell up towards Jewel, and you can tell his spellcraft is a little weak. You grab your holy symbol, this silver candle in a circle, and you for what you see is that a 100 whatever sectioned game show wheel appears next to both of them, and they both reach up and spin it in some weird demi-plane that they are in that only you can see. And Jules Crow rolls much higher, spins much higher than Timothy Crimple on his game show wheel. Reality snaps back into existence. Timothy Crimple launches this thunder wave, and Jules just grabs tight to something and is not rocked off the side of the train by this action. That brings us now to Patch's turn.
I mean, I guess I'm just running closer.
Okay. You get 10 or 15, 30 gets you to the door of this train. You could dash through the next train, or you could dash and climb up a ladder to get on top. Your choice.
I'll climb up ladder.
Okay, cool. That gets you 20 feet to right here, another 30 kind of going across the center of the train. You are 40 feet from Bones and Jules, with a bonus action remaining to you, if you wish to take it.
Because how far can I hit him with the healing word?
Yeah, 60 feet is your range, and he's 40 away from you.
I guess.
Okay, what, just first level or anything higher?
Let me second level.
Okay, that is 2d4 plus your wisdom.
7.
Bones, there is a sort of crack in your leg as the bone inside of your leg rights itself. You gain 7 hit points.
Were you still conscious?
He was,
Cinematic conscious.
yeah, technically he was at 0 hit points, but
Yeah, okay.
doesn't always mean unconscious
Sure.
in my mind.
I like that play.
All right, boss, it is your turn.
I
It was
think
terrible
all I do is I stop in my tracks at this point now, realizing like I've just been sprinting forward, not knowing what's going on at all. I don't really see anything, and I think I just yell, "What the hell is happening? What is happening?"
This dragonborn peeks his head out of his door, which goes, "Fuck if I know."
I don't know. I just kind of push him out of the way and just keep running forward.
Okay, 10, 20. It is here that you see up on the roof, Mariska has gone to the rooftop. I don't know if you do the same or if you keep running through the cars.
I can see Mariska on the roof.
Yeah, he's kind of leaning over the edge that you just walked out, sort of.
Yeah, Mama, what is happening?
Jules is Bones gun. I don't know.
Okay, with
I
the
think
stamina,
the
I take action. I run up there too.
Okay,
Yeah.
your full movement gets you on top of the next car.
Okay.
You can now see what's happening up there. Jules is standing over Bones with the pistol pointed at him.
And how far away are they?
They are 105 feet from you.
Jesus. Yeah,
The wind is just whipping past you as you stand up here. It's hard to even stand up all the way straight. You're presumably kind of hunched over and holding onto handholds on the top of the train.
Is there a distinctive smell on Jules or Pavlov?
Yes, you smelled him last time. It's the smell of like a very well-known brand of cologne from Alderon. Yeah.
Well, no, he's like fire. I don't know. I just
You smell most of what you smell is gun smoke.
Okay. After the time he spent with Morisco.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of sex and gun smoke is what he's calling him.
Sex
and gun smoke.
Yeah. Name of the episode right there. Okay. I have no further movement. I don't.
So far that was just your movement. You can still take an action if you wish to dash. You're welcome to.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, you're good.
Let's go ahead and move forward, though.
All right, 10, 20, 30 more feet forward.
Yeah, so I just yell at Morisco, I'm going for him, and I just go.
Okay. Marble, that brings us to you. You see at the door Timothy Crimple launch this spell. You can't quite see what's happening up there, but you're...
All right. Can you dash us over there? I'm going to go out there and I'm going to climb up.
All right. Gets you just to the top of the ladder. Where you're
I
kind of
will
poking
bonus
over the
action dash if I need to get all the way up there.
Okay, cool.
And I'm going to put myself kind of over top of Bones and
Okay.
kind of like put a hand up.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of leave you occupying the space that you're currently in, just because his space is, of course, full.
Yeah.
Jules is standing right over him, but you can kind of be trying to push yourself in between.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be like, please don't. And I'm just going to like kind of put a hand up and just trying to like really just put myself in between
Okay.
Bones and Jules.
Give me a persuasion check.
It's the boy.
Fuck.
You're just in time for some shit.
Welcome.
Roll initiative if you want to.
What were you dreaming about, Dre?
What were you dreaming about just now, Dre?
Let's fucking go.
Your timing is insane, just so you know. Go ahead, Marble. What's your persuasion check?
20.
20, okay. That's a 20 from you and a 20 from Bones. You see that Jules' hand is sort of shaking and wavering. You see something happen where his gut instinct is new assailant here turn the gun on him, and for a moment his gun turns towards you, but he stops. Kind of keeps it trained on Bones. Anything else you want to do on your turn, Marble? You've only used movement so far.
Marble did not grab his tools. He can't do any of his stuff.
you're
He's
doing
just in his
underwear
underwear
right now.
with his
That's a good point.
glasses. So that's all I can do.
Okay, I understand. Bones, it is your turn.
Okay, the last thing he said to me is not yet.
Correct.
When he turns to look at Marble yelling at him from the bottom of the ladder, Bones is going to use his action to try to disarm the gun. His gun, the one that he's holding. Which I think is just an attack roll versus his acrobatics.
I believe that is correct.
I'll see what I roll first and go.
Yep, let me set the DC for you if you'd like me to. Jules Crow adds +7 to his acrobatics. Oops. That's a 7 on the die for a total of 14 is what you were trying to beat.
23.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So, assuming that I get away with it, I grab... Is he using a pistol?
Yep, he's got a pistol.
Wonderful. I grab his pistol, disarm, throw it off the train, reach down to mine, and hand it handle first to him. And I say, when you do, use this. My brother was there.
You hand this pistol over to him. He reaches for it, hand shaking.
They will kill you if you do not leave this train right now.
Hand still shaking. He at first hesitates to take this gun from you, but eventually he closes his eyes, steels himself, takes the pistol from you. He says, No. No, you do not get to get out of your responsibility that easily. You want her dead, you do it. And he takes the gun, points it at his own head, and shoots himself in the head.
Son of a bitch.
No!
His body falls lifeless to the top of this train. You can attempt to catch it if you wish to, but it begins to slide off the side of the train.
I will try to catch his body if I can.
Okay. Give me
Or at least try to make it so that it fall, yeah.
an athletics check. Fairly low DC. I know it's not your best stat, though. Especially in your undies.
I rolled extremely well. I rolled an 18 for a 17.
Incredible. His body begins to fall and slide off the side of the train, but you successfully grab onto his ankle and also manage to grab onto the pistol that was in his hand before he releases it and hold him on the train long enough to keep him from falling off.
Are we still full speed?
Yeah, the train never slowed. It's been 8 seconds or something. It is at this point that we are going to leave initiative. And within a few seconds of all of this, you do begin to feel the train start to lurch, and those of you on the roof have to sort of get thrown back. Ghosts, now that you are here,
Welcome to the game.
you were somewhere on this train. Night had fallen. And you don't have to sleep because you are a Thrycreen. But as you sit in quiet rest for the night with your mind sort of wandering the way ours do when we drift off to sleep, what do you think Ghost is thinking about as he begins to drift off to sleep? I know that you've missed a half a session of information, but just based on what you remember from last time, what do you think Ghost has on his mind as he sort of drifts off, not to sleep, but in sort of the subconscious sort of thought processes as he rests?
Yeah, just as nighttime thought process.
Yeah.
Winding down kind of thing. I think he's pretty heavily focused on. Oh God, what was her name? The old lady that played her.
Gloria Alice.
Yeah. He's thinking pretty heavily about Gloria and the game, and then also just kind of the unfortunate lack of information that he's kind of found himself having after going through all of this. Just like, kind of just reminiscing over the last, 2 weeks or so that he is, since he had left, kind of like expecting to have been gone much longer than he is.
Yeah.
And to already be going home is kind of a strange sensation to him.
Yeah. As your mind sort of wanders through the vanishingly few pieces of like concrete information that you found, the leads that you found, thinking about this Altamontium and where that might be, what it might be, or what it might even mean for your purposes, if anything, you hear a gunshot from somewhere on the train. And by the time you move to where you heard it to see what is happening, you see Jules is dead. Marble is holding on to his body, preventing it from falling off the roof of this train as the train comes to a sudden lurching stop. And you see Bones has a awful, gory-looking bullet wound, one in his knee and one in his shoulder. Though the knee one has begun to stitch up a little bit because of Patch's magic. The train rapidly begins to stop once again. Marble, you've got a hand raised. Go ahead.
So he's like dead. This isn't like he's a dying situation.
He shot himself in the head and is dead.
Yeah, Marble is probably just like, probably a little bit in shock about what just happened.
Yeah.
But kind of scrambles up and chest heaving, kind of like looks over to Bones, and he's not a medic by any chance, but he just tries to look you over. Like, are you okay?
Go ahead, boss.
I just continue sprinting forward.
Yeah, it doesn't take you more than another 10 seconds or so to... And same with Cadence and Morisco and Patches. You guys arrive at the same sort of scene here.
I saw what happened. Like, I saw Jules.
Oh yeah, you were on the
gun.
roof. Yes, you saw the whole thing.
As I get to the front of the car, I looked at a Marble looking stunned and said, "Nice catch." And I just jumped forward to Bones. And I'm going to heal you.
While he's doing that, I'll take the body from you, so you're not holding on.
Yeah.
So Marble is barely holding on for dear life on this thing, so I assume some people help him grab it.
I'm going to do this. Oh, that's beautiful. You get a 11 points back.
That is beautiful.
Boss, as you sort of place your hands onto the wounds that Bones has endured, Bones, you feel a warmth and an easing of your pain. It's like a weird combination of warmth and cool as the hot of the pain disappears. Your wounds stitch themselves closed, and by the time Boss is done, they look fairly superficial. There's still an ache, but...
I just want to reiterate my word is Ex Sathpahatar.
Yes. To those who speak Sabda, which I think is maybe nobody, but he says, better together.
What happened?
No, we'll get there. I like you start to say that, and Boss like puts his hand down, like as in having seen. Puts his hand down. Just we will talk later. Let's get him inside.
As you guys are, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Well, they're up there. I'm gonna start scouring this body if you hand it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
You first start by just kind of lowering it down to the floor. Timothy Crimple gets out of the way. Says, "Are you right, Mr. Bones?"
I say, let's go to the front of the car.
Right. Let's get inside before somebody falls off this thing.
It is noteworthy that as soon as he gets down and Crimple asks if he's alright, Bones puts the face. Yeah, I'll be okay. Everything is okay. This.
And then Boss just like puts his hand on your back and pushes you forward into the car.
Yeah.
You and Crimple both. Let's go talk up front. Let's
just go in. The train conductor is coming out at this time and being like, "What is going on back here? What is the? Oh heavens! Oh heavens!" He sees the dead Jules. You guys pull Jules's corpse and the injured, kind of staggered Bones into the train. What happened?
No, why don't you take Jules' body to the next car with the conductor, please, and explain to him what is happening back there.
Oh, I think
I will stay with Bones. I will stay with Bones and young Mr. Cripple.
Real quick, I know that all happened in the blink of an eye. Was anyone else? Oh wait, were there witnesses?
Yes, yeah. I mean, nearly everybody woke up. Adelina was sleeping right next to you and saw the whole thing.
Okay.
And for the record, I think maybe before even anyone else had. Oh, you go ahead.
Then I just stay quiet. I will take medical treatment and sit here quietly.
Understood. Adelina, as soon as the conductor comes out and starts asking these questions, as you guys are still kind of like responding in a first responder sort of way, she says he tried to kill him. She points to Jules and then points to Bones. He shot him. He tried to kill him. Everyone else. Just tried to keep him safe.
I say this once again. Please take this away from the child. And I just like put my arms up and say, "Please move to the next car."
Timothy Crimple stays to talk to the conductor as well as you guys sort of pull Jules's body to the next one back. Crimple says, "I saw the whole thing as well. He tried to shoot Bones and then he did himself in. Terrible." Conductor says, okay. We're gonna have to. I need. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Is everything is stable for now? He sees that some people are administering healing already. He says, I have. This is. Oh my. I think this poor conductor just goes back up to the train for the moment.
I'm going to go back to conducting.
This is the job of his life.
I push him off the train.
I think I tell Boss tells him like you've done a very good job. You've done your job. This is not your fault. It's just let us get to our destination so we can put ours to rest.
Yes, I will. I believe you. It's not my job to
it's
solve
okay.
crimes.
There's no need for you to speak. Just go to bed.
I must speak just for a moment and just say that when we get to Prospect, I will have to tell the authorities about all this.
Should we remain on the train, sir?
Please do stay on the train.
This is understood. This thing is understood. Just go. Just please. Let's keep moving.
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay.
With advantage.
15 and a 16.
Beautiful. Yeah, he eventually just like stammers his way, talking and muttering to himself.
It's just a thing we gotta do. It's just a thing. Yeah.
Oh, before I forget, will you hand me one of those? And Ghost, Boss received inspiration this episode. He already had one, so he's gifting it to you. So you have inspiration now.
Yeah, Ghost, you got inspiration.
Thanks. Can I go cast identification on the body to see if they were possessed?
I say yeah.
Yes.
On that too. Or I'm just looting them.
You go over and cast Identify as Cadence is investigating the body. Cadence, roll me an investigation check.
I will use a superiority die.
Okay.
To do, what's it called? You said investigation, right?
Yes.
Yeah, tactical assessment to add a D8 to this.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Hell yes. Okay.
Investigation 27 total.
You find some things that would not have been very easy to find, but 27 is more than enough. You feel, if Briscoe doesn't tell you this anyway, there's an invisible ring on his finger. You pull it off and it just looks like a wedding band, but it's obviously magical. It was invisible. You open up his pocket and see that there's a ticket to take him to Prospect, now kind of covered in blood, but it says his name, Pablo Kalashnik. It says his nationality is Chernaya. You see a wallet you open up. It has some cash in it, some Union marks, and it has in it a photograph of this man and another Knoll, a little shorter, a little stockier. They're holding hands. They've kind of had their heads laying on each other's shoulders. Obviously romantic partners of some kind. He has a gun holstered. Oh, he doesn't. He has a holster. His gun is with you as well. It's just a mundane gun. It's just a pistol.
that gun was
The
thrown
gun's
overboard.
off the train.
Oh, there you got it. Okay, never mind. He does not have a gun then. That was his only gun. Actually, that's not true. He has a second gun as well. There's a holster with a second gun. Other than that, Ghost, you cast Identify. He's not under the effect of any kind of magic at all.
Does he have any form of ID on him other than his ticket?
Yeah, he does have his regular ID. He's a man named Pablo Kalashnik. You find his address. He is from Ozagrad, which is the capital of Chernaya. So you have an address for this guy if you ever need it. He does have a little bottle of cologne in one of his pockets. And that's it.
Aquadesia.
Which is
Yeah.
Did you share that information with us?
I think I'm the... Well, Mariska's back here.
So that's
Yeah.
happening as you guys are
Just
talking
in
to the
room.
conductor up
Yeah.
front for the moment. Go ahead, Marvel, you got something?
Yeah, I really can't do much for the patching up of Bones, so I'm just going to sit next to him and just be a comforting presence. I don't know, that's it.
Adelina, likewise, she recognizes that she's a new friend and is not nearly close to you as these other people are, but she still sits kind of close and at one point just kind of puts a hand on Bones' back and kind of rubs his back a little bit.
Do you need water?
If you don't.
I'll get up and I'll scurry off to get water.
Yeah, you can go grab him.
He sits there and he like wiggles his toes and then he rolls his shoulder a little bit.
Yeah, it's sore, but
You could use a lot more people with that magic. The world would be a better place.
I only wish that we had more around us, yes. I feel that I will drain myself quickly at this momentum. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, I know enough about magic to understand the basics of it. I will walk again. I thank you for that.
Yes, that's my... what do you say, pleasure? This is pleasure.
Yes. You too. Both of you. I know I just hit you, but you have also saved my life.
Yeah, until you said that, I was sitting behind you just like, well, fuck me up. Gotta see if I ever heal you.
The one
then,
time
like,
he heals, he doesn't get thanked.
Bring you
Fuck
back,
you guys.
and then bring you back from dying.
No,
You
no,
would have
no.
been dead if I didn't heal you. You're just like, oh, thanks, other person that healed me for, like, to top me off. Way better.
I think to Patches specifically, Bones says, there is a saying that an error only becomes a mistake when you did not make good for it. I think we are even.
I mean, I'm glad that you would think so.
So hostile.
Yeah, fair. I'll take it.
It's nefarious.
The rest of the travelers on this train are sort of pulled out. The conductor comes back out at one point just to sort of like isolate one car for the people involved in this for the time being. Adelina will get up and leave as well. Alini cannot be moved because he is fully snoring still, drooling, totally out.
We can move him.
I just mean like he's not conscious.
now.
He took a hard drug. That
I think he's literally just some dude's dad who's practicing. I think there's really nothing else to
Might
him.
really be. I assumed he would be involved in this somehow, but I guess not.
Are you okay, Mariska?
Do you think I could have a moment? I didn't know him long, but I did find out about his identity earlier tonight.
Marisco, when Cadence pulls the wallet out and you see this picture of Pablo with this other Noel that clearly seems to be somebody who he's romantic with. This other Noel, shorter than him, about your height. His ears are kind of round, like Marisco's. His fur is kind of tan with the same sort of patterning and color as yours. He's not a tabaxi, he's a Noel, but he kind of looks a little like you.
Oof.
The ring, I think it should stay on him, even though it is magic.
I'll take your word for it.
I think Morisco just instinctively tries to use lay on hands and realizes it just doesn't connect.
Yeah, you place your hands on the side of his head and try to put some magic in, and it sort of has the superficial effect of sort of sinewing some flesh together, but it all kind of just like snaps back apart afterwards. It's just not powerful enough to heal death.
Right. If his eyes hadn't been closed, Morisco would make sure that they were.
Yeah.
It's a little weird, but give him one last hug and just kind of nod.
Yeah. I think there might be a good spot for us to go ahead and take a little break. So we will be right back in 30 seconds. See you shortly, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. We left off as things were kind of stabilizing here on the train after these harrowing events happening at like 3 o'clock in the morning. The conductor, for lack of the ability or station to do much of anything about this, he just needs to get to a city and tell the police, has gone back to the front of the train. He did go to usher all of the other passengers out of these front two cars. He sets them up with rooms back in the first class cabin. Some people just are in the dining car. And you guys kind of have the space to yourself for now. It is 3 a.m. You guys were awoken in the middle of deep dreams and are welcome to sort of just go back to sleep, but I assume that people want to... hearts are probably racing too fast, too much adrenaline pumping to just go to sleep right now, so I assume you guys have some conversations to have, but I'll leave that to you guys.
Oh, yes. Is Crumple walking away?
Cripple would have gone off with the rest of everybody else that was sort of ushered out of here, unless you guys wish to speak to Cripple.
No, I didn't.
He was kind of party to what happened, but he, like...
No, I was hoping he would not be here for this conversation.
Yeah. So it's just you guys.
I looked at Bones.
I assume you guys are all back in the same car together now as well.
I'll go grab a top shelf bottle of something off the bar and just bring it back to the
no problem at all.
I looked at Bones and say, what is this thing?
This thing, like the incident.
Yes, of course, this incident. What is this thing?
And my understanding is that he had some grudges from the war. It sounded like he lost his husband.
I roll insight on this.
Give me an insight check.
Flat 14. I'm just going to do a flat.
He's telling the truth, but omitting a lot. Everything that he said is true, but he clearly knows a little bit more than.
I'm not going to pry.
Yeah.
Oh, that would line up with what he told me to a degree.
What is the thing he told you?
I had found out about his name earlier tonight. His ticket has his real name.
What is this name?
It is Pablo Polishing. I can't say the last name very well.
I just take the ID to look at it. That's
Yeah,
all I would
this is
say.
Pablo Kalashnik.
Polishing.
Clearly a Chernayan name.
Yeah.
The address is in Ozagrad, which you know to be the capital of Chernaya.
I believe he is still wearing his wedding ring. He was paranoid after the war and had a ring that shielded his mind from being read. Telepathy and whatnot.
I'm going to say one more thing. Cadence, when you investigated him, among the other things, you opened the wallet up, and with the cash, there's also a little list written on paper with some names on it. The names are, in order from top to bottom, Bonicello von Stapel, Katernia Kalashnik, 2 more names that I'll give you. They're just some Chernayan names. The names are kind of immaterial. And then finally, Victor Adamante.
Okay.
5 names, all Chernayan written down on a piece of paper.
I find that when it's just me, Ghost, and Bones.
Correct.
I'm sorry, me, Morisco.
Correct, yes.
Or Morisco.
You, Morisco, and Ghost, yes.
Jesus. I will try to just pocket that.
Okay.
For,
you can give me a sleight of hand check. Do it with disadvantage because you've got Ghost and Morisco right with you, but you're very good at this.
13.
13.
I think that's maybe probably.
I also rolled a 13 to hide the cologne bottle, so can we do it at the same time?
Okay. You guys do a meet cute as you steal.
Wait, can Ghost also try to hide something and be part of this meet cute?
I think that Morisco and Cadence both like subtly try to take things from this body without anyone noticing, while Ghost notices both of them, probably. But Drake's not here, so for the moment you guys have gotten away with it, at least from each other.
We are going to be working together. I mentioned I worked the radios.
Yes.
As such, I passed along a lot of messages that had very serious ramifications. I was on the chain of communication, not really the chain of command, but still. Unpopular orders passed through my machine.
I understand, but you do not understand the... Do you understand the outcome of your commands?
Many times, yes, I do. It's one of the reasons I'm glad to be done with that job.
This is the job you took knowingly for yourself?
I was drafted.
This I understand. And I'm just gonna sit back after that. Contemplative, but I'm gonna keep watching Bones for. Are you like reading anything on your eyes?
No, he's kind of delirious, but he does. When Boss doesn't respond to that, Bones follows up a few seconds later and reiterates, I was drafted. But an error does not become a mistake until we fail to take responsibility for it.
Well, this is the thing I do understand, yes. I don't... So you know from me, for what you take this to be, I do not hold you responsible for these actions.
You should.
I will hold your character in a different light. But you have seemed to be forthright with yourself and with those around you now. And I do understand and hope for the change that we can bring to ourselves as to a benefit of the greater good.
Yeah. I miss home, but there are advantages to being far away from it. It's good to be honest with myself now.
Cadence, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I know we've covered this war extensively, but was there did anything like particularly heinous happen that Bones might be pointing towards?
You can roll history check. Roll history check.
Can I make one too?
Yeah.
Natural 20 for...
Natural 20?
Where's my history? Oh, just 20.
Okay.
Actual
14 for 15.
14 for 15. Morisco, I mean, lots of war is heinous and disgusting. A lot of horrible things happened in this war. But no, like, one big event jumps out to you as standing out necessarily. Cadence, you rolled literally anything but a nat 20, I would give you that same answer. But because you rolled a nat 20, you do remember hearing about again, horrible things happened on both sides of this war. A lot of Trinians were killed by Union people. A lot of Union people were killed by Trinian people.
Yeah,
a lot of innocent people were caught in the crossfire. But the thing that stands out to you, because it is something that strays from that pattern, it strays from one side of this war doing terrible things to the other side of this war. You remember it making news that there was a friendly fire attack. That a bunch of Trinians were killed by a Trinian weapon that was errantly fired at their own forces.
Gotcha.
And there's, even on a nat 20, there was not a lot of detail on that account.
Right, okay.
But it happened and you're aware of it.
Okay.
Boss, go ahead.
With it being like probably buried as best as it could.
Mm-hmm.
With what I know about Chennai and the geopolitics, is that something I know about or heard about?
You can roll me a history check and apply your geopolitics lore.
Let's call it 17.
17, no. You haven't heard of this particular incident. And then go ahead, Marble.
What was, sorry, just because I forget, but I was there. What was the name that, when you handed the gun to him?
Shevchenko?
Shevchenko.
Is that one name? Is that two names? Is that like a first and last name?
It's a single name, Shevchenko. It's
Okay.
last name, it sounds like.
Marble will look up to, who's Shevchenko?
She was farther up the chain of communication and command. She was calling shots.
Which shot?
Many over the course of the war.
But which one?
Many hundreds, thousands of artillery strikes and troop movements and several others.
What is this you're speaking of?
When he spoke to me, he made it sound like he is working his way up the chain, and she was next.
Who was above her?
So you've rolled this before. You know Shevchenko, you know a couple of rungs of the ladder, and then you know Victor Adamante is the man at the very top of this
I
ladder.
list off a couple of other Chernian names, and then it ends with Adamante.
Understood.
And then I don't know what it's. I assume it's not a democracy. Is it a king?
It is a monarchy. Let me get you the full details while you guys talk.
It ends at the royal family.
Yeah, you know the Tsar, Nikolai Marduk, is the monarch.
Yeah, so in theory, Nikolai above him.
But you're, sorry, just meta real quick. Both of you and him were from the same country.
Yes.
And then meta, we kind of understand that. You know what this is.
Sure.
It sounds like there's some friendly fire. You can be involved. He's trying to get revenge on them.
On everyone involved.
An autocratic monarch.
And your country doesn't exist anymore?
My old country where I grew up still exists, but my home got given over to the
Gotcha.
Union.
The
Yes.
land that you are physically from
Correct.
is gone, but the nation that you belong to still exists.
It's still there. We just got absorbed.
It's
into
gone.
the
It's
Union.
no longer belongs to the
Order
nation
removed.
that you... Yes, I can understand.
Allow me to show you.
Yeah.
Rewind.
There are two nations here, Prexim and Chernaya. Prexim is a nation of the Praeocastian Union. Chernaya is not. Until about 4 years ago, that border between Prexim and Chernaya on that river was not there. It was further to the west. The Union went to war with Chernaya about 4 years ago to push that border to where it is now on the river. Bones' home, Steklin, if you can see it there, near Rakovo, used to be Chernaya. It is now Prexim.
Where was the attack?
Somewhere along the front. I don't know if I know it specific.
Yeah, relatively close to the front lines. But
I mean, he probably gives you exact coordinates. 48 degrees north of 37. It was just an open field.
When was this?
2-3 years ago.
What is it that you feel about these actions now?
It's funny you should ask. I did not think that I would make it this far. And one of the last things that went through my head was that I was very glad I had given the patent to Marvel. So that some good might still go on with my life. Now, though, I'm a mix of delirious from the healing and the lack of blood and sleep, and thankful.
Do you need anything?
Sleep.
Would you like my bedchamber?
No. I think it would be better if I was in view of many people.
Do you think he's the only one?
It strikes you, Bones, before you answer that question. It must have been tremendously difficult for this guy to track down who called in this strike. That must have taken a lot of work.
I imagine it is not impossible, but I also imagine that many people would think me small fish. I don't want to recuse myself from this. I consider myself culpable, but I just spoke a message over a radio. I did not... That is the extent of my culpability.
You're not responsible for this. That's crazy.
No, I am, but not as responsible as those above me.
I think Boss just locks eyes.
Does he read anything into that statement on a 14 insight check there, Bones?
I think Bones believes what he's saying.
That's fair.
Yeah. I think that it's easier for him to believe it than to feel that you have good insight, but he does believe it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, with this, if you do not want to take my bedchamber, I believe I will retire. Marisco? That's the proper response. I feel like Marisco's just like 1,000-yard stare at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you care?
Trying to ignore the fact that he's still on the broom with his corpse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you care for sleep? At least rest. Actually, I won't ask. Just come with me, please. And I take you by the shoulder, put my arm around you, and I walk you back towards our chamber. We're gonna go at least lay down for a while.
I will say that at some point in all of this, the conductors come by and just put at least like a sheet over Jules' corpse, so he's not just a corpse laying on the floor. So, Boss takes you by the shoulder, Marisco, and kind of ushers you back towards the room. This is... You guys make your way past Alini by himself asleep in this car back here. Back into the dining car, which is bustling now with a bunch of people. And Marisco, you were awoken from a strange dream. A dream that not the first time that you've had this dream. And in that dream, you've always heard a singing. A soft female voice singing a song that you can never quite make out the words, but you remember the melody. As you step past Adelina, she is sitting there at this table. She's kind of got a 1,000-yard stare looking out the window, and she's humming to herself a soft little melody, and it is the exact melody that you've heard in your dreams.
The song. Hey, I know it. Where is that from? Where is that song from? I must know.
It's an old hymn my mom used to sing to me. It's about Corlesson, the spirit of the tide pools. What was it called? I know the melody more. I don't even remember all of the words, but of the shallow sea.
Shallow sea. It is music from my dreams, you see, so it is very important. It's from Shallow Sea.
She looks a little taken aback for a second at the seemingly like manicness of your of your demeanor, but she says, "Yeah, I'll try to remember the words, and I'll write down what I can remember."
Please, that would be great. And the moment passes, and then Marisco remembers the weight of everything, and probably goes back to also 1,000-yard stare, distant, and just keeps following Boss.
Yeah. You guys eventually make it back to your room and get to sleep. It is, nearing 4 o'clock in the morning. Does anybody do anything other than just try to get some sleep at this point?
So real quick, what time are we expected to?
You are expected to arrive at Prospect at about 10 a.m. It might
we
be
still have like a good 6
hours or so, yeah. Go ahead, Bob.
Marvel already went back to his room, correct?
No.
I think only people that have gone back so far are Boss and Morisco.
Okay. I have a couple of things that I do then. Whenever Marvel starts to look like he's falling asleep or getting tired, even if he's not planning on leaving, just when I can tell you're about to doze off, Bones does say, "I would probably be dead if not for you."
He kind of shakes himself awake. He definitely was certain to snooze next to you.
That was very brave.
I didn't want you to die.
No, I know you don't. Thank you. I don't really know what else to say except that you've kept me here.
Of course, you're my friend.
If you don't mind, to help me over, there is one thing that I like to do before the investigation begins.
Yeah.
I just need to do a little bird watching real quick. And he goes over and under the sheet, you said there was a second gun on his person?
Correct.
He's going to take that second gun and just tuck it into his own belongings.
Okay. If you wish to do it discreetly, give me a sleight of hand check. The
I'm
only people
in front of Marvel. Marvel can see this.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Great.
He had unfinished business that should be finished.
The person?
Okay. I cannot get out of it as easily as I thought I would.
So now it's your responsibility?
I think this task falls to me now. Is it standard issue? Oh, he's not military. Does it look like it might have been his husband's standard issue?
It does look that way, yes.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Wonderful. That's fine. It won't be missed.
You do also get the sense, just from what you've learned and mainly the way he carried himself and his skill, he may have also been in the military.
Right.
He may have just,
right. Yeah.
So it is his standard issue.
Got it. Okay. Cool. Then yeah. I don't think there's any identifying features, but if there are, I'll make sure that they're not there, so I can just say it's my standard issue.
Yeah. You look over this gun. You sort of drop the bullets, the clip out of it,
yep,
and count the bullets. And you do see that this was the gun that he had not yet fired.
Right.
There are 5 bullets loaded into it, and
yep,
he has engraved on each of them a name. The first one that you pull out says Bonichel Longstapel. The next one says Katarnia Shevchenko. 2 more names, and then General Victor Adamante.
I love the sentiment of that, and I roll them around in my hand, and then I open up the window and I toss them out, and I say, some jobs are better done discreetly.
What was that?
He wrote their names on them, which is a very poetic idea if you do not have a game that you wish to play after your task is finished. This war will not be the sum of my life.
Good.
I have plans for afterward.
Cadence, go ahead.
Sorry, all I was going to ask is, do I notice or hear any of that exchange? Or if you guys are trying to be alone, or...
I'll leave that to you. Do you save all that for when you're alone, or do you...
Of all the people that I think he wouldn't mind seeing that, I think Cadence, he's okay with seeing that.
Cadence, you see it.
And for what it's worth, when he says he needs to go bird watching, he says he needs to lift something off a horse in Sheet's cabin.
Right.
Okay, I was just curious. I'll spend a little bit of time just looking at the body, and then I'll cover it up, and I'll stand up and start heading to bed. But I'll look to Bones. I'm sorry, Bones.
For
this, I guess. I don't,
We're all dealt hands.
We are all dealt hands, that's for sure. But, in my personal experience, no one's gonna apologize for it, so.
Have you done wrong?
Me? Never. And I'll clap a hand on your shoulder. and walk back to my room. And when I take the hand off, the list of names is on your shoulder.
Oh, thank fuck. Okay, awesome,
You
wonderful.
see the list of names and
Take that. Boy, wild. He just got rid of the bullets.
So it's the same list of names as the bullets, right?
yes,
Yeah, it is.
same by
But your own
names.
name is on it, so that's less suspicious, right?
I know all these names, right?
Yep.
Oh, what's Katie's
I mean,
names?
it's a small number.
It's like 5 names. I know
yeah.
names. Yeah. I do appreciate it tremendously, and I certainly wait until Katie sleeps to do that. Yeah.
So you said all the names out loud, so I know you know who. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, Cadence is so fucking cool.
Right, she sure is. I only knew half of the story of that conversation. It was still the greatest line I've ever heard. Yeah.
You can't just say some shit so hard, like, in my experience, no one's going to apologize for it. It's so fucking good. Okay.
I will.
Can I have something?
Yes,
What
absolutely.
are the chances that the note flies out the window and then flies down and into Marisco and Bless?
Oh, like a
The wrong direction?
like Polar Express.
Like Polar
Yeah,
Express.
Like Polar Express.
Tom
Roll-
Hanks.
Roll for
Sorry,
Polar
how-
Express.
Can we turn it into a 7-minute sequence?
Yeah,
Like,
sure. Let me just describe.
Yes.
Roll me 2 luck checks. If they're both 20s, it will.
Okay, if they're both 20s,
They're both 20s.
You wanna roll a 20?
This is from Marisco.
It's for Marisco. It's for Marisco.
Oh, Risco, you roll a 20, I'll roll a 20. You ready? Nat 20.
Really?
That's a lot.
No, it's a 16.
They fully fell for it.
It's funny, yeah.
He's got a little over 20 total.
Yeah, see?
All right. Eventually. Marvel, did you have something else, or you just heading to bed?
Yeah, I'm just head to bed. I think
Okay.
he's a little too socially awkward to really just like continue being in this room.
Makes sense. Put patches in anything, or just back to bed?
No, just back to my sleepless.
Okay.
Well,
Your dreamless sleep.
Sleepless dreams.
do you need a spotty taken care of? I know a guy.
Dreams of the Honda.
That's what it's
It is strange, but you've said it, and I'm going to make it canon. You don't dream at all. You sleep, and then you wake up in the morning. Morning comes. You probably sleep through the zenith, but you still achieve its effects. You guys can receive the effects of a short rest.
If you don't wake up at the zenith, you don't get it.
Yeah. I assume some of you have trouble sleeping, but eventually you do get your rest. As the morning of the 26th arrives, you guys are nearing Prospect. You'll be there. You guys wake up at, we'll say 7 or 8 a.m. or so. You'll be there within a couple of hours. In the morning, the cart where Jules' body has been basically just closed off. They have locked that door and are not allowing people in there. The cart behind it, people have sort of returned to for the most part. The diner cart is filled with people. Lots of people are hushed. You guys get a lot of looks in the morning. There are people hushed whispers telling stories about what happened last night. And people talking about you guys, Bones especially. You get a lot of looks. In the midst of all of that, Adelina comes over to you, Marisco. And says, "Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't remember everything, but I remember the chorus." And she hands you over a piece of paper that has some lyrics on it.
It probably takes him a few seconds to remember that he asked her to do this.
Yeah.
Then he remembers and he just pours over it real quick.
Yeah. It's just 4 lines. At the top, she's written "Of the Shallow Sea." She says, I'm pretty sure that's the name. It was, like I said, a hymn that my mom always sang to us at bedtime. It was like a lullaby. But she always told me it was like a worship song. The people where I come from, a lot of them worship Corlesson. She's the great spirit of the tide pool. She sort of brings all the life to the tide pool. And this was a song about her. I'm sorry, I wish I remembered more words. I'm sure you could probably look them up, but this was the chorus. And the words say, "Rise with the tide, fall with the wave, bright with life where soft weeds sway. Tide mother of the gleaming shore, your breath it stirs the sea once more." And I will text that to you as well. She says, I hope that is useful to you. You said you've been dreaming this song?
Yes, I must have heard it somewhere Maybe.
Are you
I'm not
from
sure.
are you from Nidus or from like the Drake Tide area?
I actually am. I'm not sure. I woke up on a fishing boat when I was about 10.
Oh, that's fascinating. I could ask a million questions about that, but I don't want to pry. Yeah, I've never heard this song anywhere besides back home from my mom and sometimes from other people in our village. But here, I'll write this down too. It's a little bit of a mouthful. And she takes the note back for a second, and she writes down Nakalawaka, Naka Lawaka. I'll take that to you as well. So this is the village I was from. I don't know if any of this is going to be helpful to you, but maybe.
Maybe it is somewhere to start for sure. Thank you.
Of course. Good luck. With that,
It is time to drink breakfast.
yes, absolutely. Breakfast is out. Breakfast drinks are out. The bartender says, "I know some of you weren't first class, but it's all on the house today." And he gives drinks and food out to you guys, the people involved in everything that happened last night. Gloria, still sitting in her chair, doing her thing.
You can buy this ticket.
Buns gets a really nice drink and gives it over to Passions. You were already first class. And, oh, by the way, this came out of my leg last night as the healing magic. Sits down.
Yeah, there's a bullet popped out of his leg when you healed him.
I don't know if you want to keep that as a trophy or something.
Wait, that's actually
I
sick.
mean, I guess I can.
If you want. I don't care. You can throw it away if you like. I figured you earned it.
I will. I'll find something to do with it.
Ominous. Very ominous.
Yep.
I'm glad you think we are. I'll find something to do with it. Terrible.
The conductor, around maybe 9:30 a.m., comes back through the car and says, "We are nearing Prospect, everyone. We've made up the time that we have missed. For the most part, maybe just a little bit late, but that is okay."
Does he look like a defeated man?
Give me an insight check.
Just the empty Oscar of a human being.
Dirty 20.
A human being.
It's hard to overstate how worried this man looks. He looks like he was in over his head when you guys saw that critter. The events that have since transpired are so far out of his league that he can no longer comprehend what league he is in. He says, "We'll be in Prospect shortly, and I do ask that those that were involved with the events of last night do just stay on the train until we get the authorities here to take your statements and fill out all the paperwork required. Everyone else, please, when we arrive, we will have your things ready for you outside the train. You can deboard right here. We'll be using the second door because there is a body in the first car."
This thing will not happen. I am not staying.
I plan to stay. It looks very bad if I do not.
No, I say that to like my friends. Like I'm trusting you guys. Like I'm not staying.
Yeah, no, I understand. I will catch up with you somewhere. Let's
Do you
meet.
understand I was not here?
Yeah, you were simply another passenger. I know.
Yes, that is correct. I will find you at the closest inn.
What are we talking about?
Who are you?
That's me,
Oh,
young Master Crimple.
I thought you were the good doctor. I was like, who? What? The cripple?
That was a rough go of it last night.
Yes, you are a kind lad. And
We're almost to Prospect, he said.
What?
The conductor, he said, we're almost to Prospect.
Yes.
And then we'll be down to Harrow Hive. Can I still come along with you? I can pay.
I'm gonna hand him a pebble.
Thanks.
and
What's this
say,
do?
I just put this in your pockets.
Okay. Sticks in his pocket.
Keep it forever, I promise.
I will do that. You seem like a powerful magician.
And I just walk away.
I know better than to give away a pebble from a magician.
He says that as I'm walking away. That's good. Okay.
You are quite cheaper for, what time is it? 9 a.m.?
Oh, Master Crimple always says that the earlier you get up, the better day you have.
just bounce back. Murdered a giant. Witnessed another murder.
True.
Just stop.
Yeah, just stop.
30.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
If you don't put on a strong face, why put on any face at all? That's what I always say.
I'm with you now.
I don't trust him.
I'm with Cadence now.
This guy's a cold-blooded killer. He's done it before and he'll do it again.
This is sociopathic serial killer.
He tried to blast an old man off the side of the train for fun.
He wasn't old. Don't make me weird.
I can understand, of course, if you've been through enough and you don't want to take on a little burden like me down to the Underdark, but if you'll still have me, I'm happy to.
I'm guessing correctly that if we say no, you will still attempt to go.
No, not at all. I would not be rude like that.
Insight.
Give me an insight check.
17.
17? He seems to be being honest.
To be
He
clear,
seems...
to be clear, it's not you'll come along with us, it's you'll try to go anyway.
Oh, yes. No, of course. But I will just hire somebody else if you don't want to be hired.
We will probably need to see how the investigation goes. Don't write it off just yet, but I will need to talk with my friends.
No, right, yes. I told the conductor that I would answer any questions he had for me as well.
Good.
I've seen what happened. I can tell him the truth. That man tried to shoot you. Twice, maybe 3 times.
Did. Almost 3 times.
He did.
Not to worry.
I don't think the Bones corrects him when he says, I'll tell the truth. He thinks about it, but I don't think that he says anything.
Understood. Go ahead, boss.
As I'm walking away from the group when I took my little leave there, as I walk past Gloria, Alice,
Yeah.
I stop and look to her and say, would you like to attribute to this?
What do you mean?
Do you have anything to say about the situation that just occurred?
You mean last night?
Yes.
Well, it was a heck of a thing.
A heck of a thing.
That it was. I'd be happy to answer any questions they have for me, but I don't think I saw much. There I was sitting in my chair, and next thing I knew, guns were being fired, and that's about all I saw.
You're still sitting on your chair.
It's a comfortable chair. Thanks again for playing the game with me, kiddo.
This is I thank you. And I walk back to my bed.
All right. Not long thereafter, the train begins to come to a halt. As out your window, you can see the city of Prospect. It is.
It's horror.
It's so poor.
Compared to Daybreak City, certainly seems that way. It is a relatively quiet little mining town nestled into the foothills of Mount Onatoa. The city, as you pull through and look out your windows, slowly approaching the station, it's mostly residential, just enough places of business to support the population and the mines, with the populace that is primarily mine workers or travelers passing through. There's a market square where various goods are being peddled, a few inns and saloons, little storefronts, a schoolhouse. And as you arrive at the train station, your train comes to a halt, you can see that the vast majority of engines are moving cargo from the mines to be shipped off to other cities. You see workers loading cargo trains with crates and ores and coal and metal. As you look around the city, especially Cadence coming from like a lifetime in Daybreak City, the technology here is nowhere near as advanced as Daybreak City. It's still relatively modern. There are street lights. You can see households that have ether-powered lighting and even air conditioning in some cases. On the city's eastern fringe, you can see a large factory with greenish-black smokestacks, or greenish-black ether emissions pluming out of smokestacks. But looking around at first glance, as the train comes to a halt, you wouldn't know that this is the gateway to Hallowhive. It's not a fact that is advertised or promoted. In fact, even having come here for the purpose of getting to Hallowhive, it's not immediately obvious how you would even do so.
You sure it's not that cave?
It's probably that cave over there. But first order of business first, as the rest of the passengers are getting off of the train, the conductor gets onto the train with some, police, some police officers. I know that at least Boss wants to not be party to any of this. But how do you go about not being party to this? You just say, I didn't see what happened, I don't know anything about this.
Part of that was that I went back to the sleeping cabin, where like everybody else had already been ushered back into other cabins, as you had said.
Mhm.
So I would like to believe that as they're allowing the other people from the back cabins out first before they come in, he just sleeps out, or not sleeps, slinks out.
Slips out with them. Okay, and before I have you roll anything for that, Bones, go ahead.
Hunter's Mark Boss.
Understood. You put Hunter's Mark on Boss in case anything goes awry there. Is anybody other than Boss trying to not get questioned by the police about what happened? Okay. Boss, this is a pretty easy check. You really weren't that involved in what happened last night. You like healed him afterwards, and that's about it. So give me your choice of like stealth, or you can do deception. You can even do like persuasion or performance to try to just kind of blend into a crowd. You're not looking for very high DC here.
14.
14. Okay.
Oh, sorry, stealth. 16.
16. Okay, cool. That's enough to just kind of blend into the crowd. And by the time the conductor is like, he's just fucking walking around like a chicken with his head cut off anyway. By the time he's like looking around to make sure the right people are still here, you've completely slipped his mind. So,
So if I need to talk with anybody, I can do that too, and we can roll in.
Yep. And for the sake of expediency, does anyone not just tell the police what happened in truth and reality? They come in and ask you, like, what happened here? How did this guy die? And everyone tells him essentially the truth. He tried to shoot Bones. You guys acted in self-defense, and then he killed himself.
Yeah.
As much as possible, I listen for Bones to go first before I commit to anything.
Yeah, they ask you first. That's sort of the...
I essentially tell them the truth. I don't think I like volunteer motive.
Right.
I assume that they're going to ask at some point, which responds, I was in the Chennai military. I think he believes that I was responsible for the death of somebody in his family.
Okay.
He was looking for revenge.
Yep, give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Crit, 26.
Incredible. You've not said anything untrue. You've omitted a little bit of detail, but they have no reason to suspect that you're omitting detail. And after they take, 30 minutes to an hour to get your statements, take your names, write down your accounts of what happened, make sure everybody's stories kind of check out. Go ahead, Patches.
I do embellish how much I healed. Make sure that they understand that I saved his life and brought him back from 0 hit points.
Totally. Give me a deception check.
I don't think that's even a deception.
No, you did. No, I'm sorry. You know
What do you mean?
Yeah, you're good.
Use the word
I'm just making sure they know that. Yeah, really, just really played it up like I was the hero.
For sure.
And,
Absolutely. Give me a persuasion check.
Honestly, I think I corroborate this, actually.
With advantage. This cop talking to you is like, well, that's incredible, son. That's we need people like you in the front lines and first responders. Thank you so much for helping out someone in need.
I do what I can. I'm a good healer, and I like healing people.
Well, welcome to Prospects.
Roll a deception check.
all works. 17.
Beautiful. Yes, he believes that you like healing. Okay, let's go ahead.
I just give a fake name, nothing that's
Okay,
serious.
understood. If they have no reason to disbelieve you. Well, actually, you gave your real name on the manifest for this train. You're pretty sure they're going to cross-check it with that.
That's a good point. They can have my name, that's fine.
Okay, you give them your actual name.
I mean, did they even give a last name, or is it just...
You get the sense that even no matter what you tell them, they probably have your name from the manifest one way or another. You know what I mean? So, whatever you give them.
It takes me 30 minutes to answer all my questions.
Right, for sure.
Do they suspect me of being an accomplice or anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just telling them the truth of what happened, well, I guess that is a question. They don't have any reason to think you had any kind of involvement with them. Do you volunteer that information, or do you just say you saw what happened? And
I'll just say I saw what happened.
okay,
Is
cool.
Prospect sex positive?
That's so positive. Bones,
I
go
was going
ahead.
to ask, do we overhear his story, and does he mention that they slept together?
No, I guess I'll ask you that, Marisco. Do you mention that? But it doesn't sound like you do.
No.
Okay.
So you do hear what Marisco says, but he doesn't mention that.
Got it.
Nope.
Can I suspect him as an accomplice?
Yeah, you do. You don't have to roll to suspect someone's accomplice. Roll
Suspect.
9 suspects. He's 9 suspicious. With that, after kind of giving your statements, you guys get out of the train, grab your bags and everything. As you guys are I'll go to Marble. Marble, this morning, you got out some, like, notebooks and stuff from your bag to just work on your plans.
Yeah.
It's time to get off of the train. You give in your statement, and you go to put your papers and stuff back into your bag. And there is, in your bag, folded up.
It's happening in real time.
It's happening.
Some papers.
Okay, for a second, I was like, what motherfucker was in my bag? And then I was like, oh,
Kind of
Gloria.
Folded up like a letter.
I hope it says, you did it.
This is your fault.
Oh yeah, did she leave the train?
No, because she was too busy shooting bones.
Give me a perception check to see if you saw her leave the train.
Holy sh... Whoa! Sorry, whoa!
Natural 20 for
She said
26.
that out.
Hell yes. You did see her get off the train. She got off with just kind of the rest of the passengers. And on a natural 20 for 26, as she got off, she kind of like winked at you. A little bit.
Did she disappear in a puff of snow like Tom Hanks?
No, she just walked off.
When she winks at me, can I do the like hand that you're like, like do I think it's that kind of wink?
No, give me an insight check.
Ooh, I do want to...
Can I make a retroactive perception check to see if she winked at me last night after the melody thing?
She never winked at you, I don't believe.
Okay. Just want to know what that was her doing.
Right.
She still owes me.
Right. What was it?
22.
22? Does not seem flirtatious. Seems a little playful, but not flirtatious. And I've given Marble his, but likewise the rest of you, at some point, look into your bags and see that you have received some folded up papers. Bones.
Yes.
Your letter that you open and I presume read
Yes.
does not contain anything like personal or secret of yours.
Sure.
And it does contain information that may be relevant to everyone else about to read their letters.
Sure.
Do you mind if I read yours out loud?
Yeah.
Okay. Bones, you unfold these papers that you find, and they are pages from this notebook that you wrote, this book that you wrote in last night, seemingly the right size anyway. At the top, in your handwriting, it says "an old woman," and then below that is a bunch of like typewritten script. Looks like it was written by a typewriter, and it says, this is kind of long, but it is relevant. The participant refers to the archivist who facilitated his contribution to the all-known, whose glamour at the time of this participation had the appearance of an elderly human woman. In order to satisfactorily describe this archivist, a description of the all-known is required. And then there's a heading that says the all-known. And it says, the all-known is an encyclotopium located on the plane of gnosis, the outer plane associated with knowledge. It is essentially a cosmic library containing countless hundreds of thousands of tomes and other records wherein vast knowledge is stored in written form. At the behest of Jonatu, the all-known celestial founder and director, the all-known pursues the goal of collecting and cataloging all of the information that exists to be known from throughout the planes of existence. This goal is, for obvious reasons, unachievable, due to the constantly expanding breadth of information in existence, but its pursuit is nonetheless the business of the all-known and those in its employ. The majority of the information gathered by the all-known is collected via magical divination. However, much information, especially information that is private or lesser known, cannot be satisfactorily collected using indirect means and must instead be gathered via investigation. For this reason, the archivists exist. The archivists are celestial servants of the all-known created by Jonatu. In practice, they essentially act as the librarians of the all-known. In addition to their function of maintaining and protecting the all-known, the archivists also serve in a capacity as interplanar investigators, who travel throughout the planes of existence, pursuing and acquiring difficult-to-access information and transmitting it magically to the all-known for collection and cataloging. Archivists' methods vary individually and situationally, but more often than not, they operate secretly and discreetly in order to mitigate the possibility of tampering, manipulation, and danger. They often disguise themselves magically in order to blend into their surroundings and create novel and culturally appropriate methods for acquiring information without betraying their nature. And then the last heading says book. It says, the old woman who administered the participants' contribution to the all-known is one such archivist named Book. Their false identity and appearance were employed for their protection and discretion. Book's specific purpose for their current visit to the material plane is an investigation of the eclipse of Hallowhive, a recent and significant event that took place in Hallowhive on the 26th of Requiem, wherein the lamp of Hallowhive ceased shining for a period of approximately 9 minutes. The all-known knows little about this event factually, and Book has been tasked with investigating the matter further.
Did you say recent and or recent and significant?
Recent and significant. And significant, thank you. The rest of this just describes basically how she does it. She has a magic book that she has you write in. When you write in the book, I should read this part. A participant that voluntarily agrees to write in the book is also automatically subjected to divination magic that allows book to read their inner thoughts, allowing book to glean further context and verify the truthfulness of the information written. For obvious reasons, the magical nature of the book is masked with abjuration. All of the information provided to book is collected and cataloged by the All-Known. Book rewards participants with information of their choosing provided by the All-Known. In order to prevent manipulation and avoid danger, this information is provided only after book has parted ways with the participant. And then the final thing says, it should be noted that the information provided is complete and accurate to the best record of the All-Known. However, the All-Known is not infallible. The All-Known works tirelessly to eliminate false information from its records, and its servants continuously strive to collect as much information as possible. However, the All-Known's knowledge is limited to information that it has gathered, and it may be missing unknown context or related information. And then finally it says, thank you for your contribution to the All-Known. And then I'll also tell you that these letters that you are all about to receive are magic items. They allow you to cast the commune spell, requiring no components. When you do so, the entity that you contact is the All-Known. Any question you ask has to be directly related to the subject of your letter, and you just use it once. You can use it one time.
Wow.
Also doesn't immediately run off to tell everybody, hey, look at this, but he will eventually share all of this.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Marvel probably shares this pretty quickly.
I can kind of summarize if you want to, so you have to read every single word of it, but that's up to you.
I kind of read through the disaster part, but it seems also the fact that because they gather information via written documentation, there's not a lot of certain things in here. Like, the disaster just sounds like it's just what the newspaper wrote.
It also happened very recently. And I'll tell you guys, meta above the board, the luck checks you rolled were related to this. This was to how much does the All-Known know about what you asked about.
Yeah. What about that on that?
Patches, you have a paper that says, where the fuck is my Honda Odyssey at the top?
I would have says, I don't fucking know.
Morisco, your page says, where am I from? Or where did I come from? Something like that. I can't remember the exact wording that you used, but that's what it says at the top of yours. Yours is available in Foundry.
Yep.
Cadence, yours says, what happened to Acelia?
She's dead!
Boss, yours is very thick. It says Victor Adamante.
That's
it's like 4 pages.
Oh god. Oh yes.
I mean, if you want to, you can go and summarize it. Or you can even read it if you want.
So a lot of you guys are reading through these right now, but I'll just kind of give a general summary here.
It's really the prior to thing that I think is important.
Yeah, yours is really long. The All-Known, you rolled a good luck check, and the All-Known knows a lot about like a public figure that a bunch of information exists about.
I'm not gonna I can't even read this.
So, if anyone wishes to, I'll kind of go through them very, very briefly. Marble, yours says everyone involved with and what happened leading up to Sadie's death. The short version is much of what they know is what you guys already knew or less. This happened very recently. They just haven't gathered that much information about it so far. They know about the disaster. They know about the aftermath. The most important stuff is in a section that has the heading Prior Events, because you want to know what happened leading up to. That section says, the All-Known has few records of Fairfax's affairs in the days and weeks leading up to the Sinclair Cup. Fairfax is known to have made numerous modifications and upgrades to her vehicle in preparation for the race. However, owing to the wide variety of sources from which Fairfax acquired parts, and the extent to which she's known to have heavily modified the parts she acquired, it is difficult to deduce the source or nature of the faulty ether conversion crystals. However, the All-Known has record of a few noteworthy events that transpired leading up to the Sinclair Cup. First, in Cantus 1903, approximately 6 months prior to the Sinclair Cup, Fairfax made a large purchase of expensive automobile parts from the Walker Auto Company. She modified these parts and used them to upgrade her vehicle and went on to place second in the Verstappen Cup about a month later, narrowly losing only to rival racer Marble Pendleton. Secondly, in the week prior to the Sinclair Cup, Olga Sinclair, CEO of Sinclair Media, had 3 separate meetings with noteworthy figures. One with Governor Cornelius Wainwright, one with Police Chief Lydia Powell, and one with Vanguard Ethertech International CEO Mick Eisenhower. The All-Known has no record of the content or topic of these meetings, but notes a potential association to the Sinclair Cup. And finally, on the night of 20th of Germas, 1904, the night of the Sinclair Cup disaster, a boy named Piper Amato visited the police department in the Saltworks Borough to report a crime. Amato claimed to have seen someone breaking into Sadie Fairfax's workshop the previous night, the 19th of Germas. He described the individual as unique in appearance and offered to produce a sketch of the individual and a full description of what he saw in exchange for a reward. The police declined to hear his offer, accusing him of making up stories to try and get money, and turned him away. The All-Known, however, has acquired the boy's sketch, and it is replicated below. The sketch is of what looks like a skeleton, like a skeletal man, in kind of a black hat, a black cowboy hat, and a black coat with long, frizzy black hair coming off the back. I will show it to you here in just a second, Marisco. That is what yours says, Marble.
Does anyone in
Look at that.
does anyone recognize this?
Pretty sure that's Walter.
Patches and only Patches make me a perception check.
I kind of wondered.
Did your father kill my friend?
Perception. And apply your Mafia lore.
Ooh, that's fun.
16.
16. I'm going to give it to you because so a few sessions ago, you guys were debating whether it was really necessary for Marvel's family to leave Daybreak City. You were like, does Vanguard really do stuff that is going to get people in trouble? And you were like, generally no, but they do have a guy who is like their dirty work guy, the guy who does Vanguard's dirty work. His name is Kageyori. This is Kageyori. 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 Kageyori.
Before I write that down, do you share that information?
I guess so. I feel like I would share it if you just like show us the picture and I'm just like,
You don't know who Kageyori is?
and you're just like, write it down.
Kageyori, can I tell what language that name is from?
You can give me a...
Can Cadence tell what language that is from?
Yeah.
No, but names are names.
Somebody can give me a history
I don't know,
check.
because like, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, someone who wants to try to do that can give me a history check. Makes most sense for someone that has got a lot of languages.
That's going to be a 17. And
17 and 19.
19.
It could be a couple different things. It sounds a little bit Okuko. It also sounds kind of Sylvan, potentially.
Yeah, because obviously it sounds very...
It sounds kind of Japanese.
So like
in real
that's kind of
life.
why I was like,
Yeah.
hold on.
I have the anthropologist background. I'm an adept linguist.
Yeah. Give me a history check. And apply I'll give you essentially just like a lore bonus.
24.
24? It sounds... I think you get the same... it sounds Sylvan.
Sounds Sylvan more than Okuko.
Interesting.
You would guess that this is a spirit.
Yeah. I mean, it would make sense. He does not look human. Or at least not
Like a...
a living human.
Is Okome still around?
I don't know, give me a luck check. See how late into your day this has been, if she's left yet.
Yeah, she's gone.
Okay, yeah, especially because this is all after you guys talk to the police and everything, so she's gone.
Okay. And do I know any more about?
No, that way you just know the name and you know what he looks like.
Do we want to assume that we've all met back up with Boss? Or are we
Yeah.
still
I
dealing
assume
with-
you've all met
okay.
back up at this point, yes.
So these notes, I assume many of you asked about things that are important to you, and in retrospect, perhaps I should have as well. I instead asked about the woman herself and learned more about her. And I essentially tell everybody.
So you guys all kind of
what's going
learn
on.
where this information that is on your papers came from. You learn that it is not necessarily omniscient truth. It comes from a place that gathers information. So, they do their best to weed out bad information, but it may not be the full truth and it may be missing context.
I'm not an expert on extraplanar matters, but it seems that they are axiomatically driven to try to provide truthful information. I don't think they have a reason to deceive us, so it is a useful resource.
Yeah, I was going to save my commute for later.
I intend to commute tonight. I don't know about the rest of you.
I have a question now, yes. They do not seem to know what they are talking about.
Mariska, would you like to share some of your notes?
Yeah, what did you get?
I asked where I am from because I didn't know this. They went off of the statement from the man who rescued me, but they seem to think he may have been trafficking me. But if that were the case, why would he have not just kept me on the boat and dropped me off? And then my memory was altered that way. They just, I don't know. The facts don't seem to go together.
Marisco, since you've kind of shared it, do you want me to read some of your note here, or do you want to keep it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you can share it.
Marisco's note starts with heading "Where I am from." it starts with the all-known contains some records of the life of the participant, Morisco Puerto Soltera. Chronologically, the vast majority of these records begin in Requiem of 1890, when he was hired by restaurateur Marlon Mackerel and began his employment at El Encanto. And then it essentially says, because he wanted to know where he's from, we're ignoring everything contemporary about him, just going from the earliest records. It goes on to essentially say the earliest records of Morisco were him being essentially like a poor dock kid, like a homeless kid that lived in the docks of Puerto Soltera for years and just did various dock work. And the earliest among those records is a Harbor's Mastered record indicating the means by which Morisco arrived in Puerto Soltera. According to this record, Morisco arrived aboard a deep-sea fishing vessel, the Annabelle, owned and operated by Captain Daku Yavusa. The Annabelle arrived in Puerto Soltera on the 12th of Messus, 1866 AO, with Morisco on board. According to the Harbor Master's records, Yavusa claimed to have found the child adrift at sea while fishing the aquatic passage between Caruxo and Nidus. According to Yavusa, the child was hundreds of miles from the nearest shore and was suffering from complete amnesia, having no memory of his identity, residence, family, or how he came to be lost at sea. The nickname Morisco was given to him based on his affinity for seafood, and Yavusa stated that after an unsuccessful effort to find the child's origin, he decided to bring the boy to Puerto Soltera, his next port of call, and leave him to find his own way from there. And then it says, the all-known does not contain any record of Morisco prior to his arrival in Puerto Soltera, nor any concrete evidence of the child's origins prior to his discovery by the Annabelle. However, the all-known contains related information of relevance to the question at hand. First, the Annabelle is a known smuggling vessel, which operates as a fishing vessel only to disguise its true business. Daku Yavusa is a known affiliate of the international smuggling cartel Santi Silenziosi, which engages in the smuggling of contraband of all kinds, including human trafficking. The Annabelle is known to engage in the smuggling on behalf of this organization. It is extremely unlikely, based on prevailing conditions in the aquatic passage, that a child could survive unconscious at sea long enough to have been discovered alive at the point where Yavusa claims to have found Morisco. The all-known contains no record of shipwrecks or other incidents in the area which could have led to the boy becoming adrift at sea where he was claimed to have been found. Final point, the all-known contains no record of a trauma-induced form of amnesia that would result in Morisco's unique condition. For an individual to suffer total amnesia with a complete loss of recollection of their first 10 years of life without any other symptoms of brain damage is much more indicative of a magical intervention of some form than a natural phenomenon. Then it concludes, while the all-known refrains from speculation, these facts cast significant doubt on the accuracy of Yavusa's account. It is significantly more likely that the Annabelle was smuggling the child and that magic was used to alter the child's memories. While none of these facts conclusively indicate a place of origin for Morisco, it is known based on harbor records that the Annabelle allegedly found the child while en route from Draketide to Puerto Soltera, which lends to the notion that the child may have originated in or near Draketide. So, Santi Silenziosi is mentioned here as an affiliate of this smuggling ship.
So, it is possible that they do not know what they are talking about, but may I ask where you learned your magic?
Magic? It has just come to me a while back.
What?
I've always been a little bit lucky, found on the fishing boat, found by the chef for a restaurant. Then, about 7 years ago, the magic just came.
I see. Well, there is something certainly fishy about your story. I know,
I get it.
I know it is. I know it is possible to remove magic. It may be worth trying that to see if there's an effect that is on you that you could get rid of and learn more. I think I am with you, though. My instinct is not that you were wiped, but that you are, as you said, very lucky. Although I don't think it is mere numbers that saved you. I think that you were put there for a reason.
Your magic is divine?
I suppose so, the healing magic and stuff like that.
You know, Morisco, I don't know how much of this you want to share in character. You've got kind of two things going on. You were born with magic, or at least to your knowledge. I shouldn't say born, you don't really know what the circumstances
From
you're
10
born
years old,
with.
you had magic.
You've had magic as long as you can remember, just innate to you that you sort of haven't, you've still kind of been mastering even to this day. You also have developed sympathetic magic through literally your cooking, your love for like caring for other people by cooking for them and by doing like these things for them has given you magic. So that's a form of sympathetic magic. So you have both sorcery and sympathy going on in your magic.
He's a Kuatoa sorcerer. I'm so excited.
So, not all of my magic is divine. There's the sorcery magic, but then there's the magic from my cooking.
I guess meta, I meant sympathetic. I just forgot what it was called.
Yeah,
But it was like,
Right.
Some people call sympathetic magic divine magic. There's different words for it.
Okay. Well, that you're right. That does not. It's not conclusive, but it gives you 2 leads to check. One for dispelling magic, and one to go to a drink type.
you could ask where someone could fix your memory.
It bears mentioning the commune spell that you cast is yes or no questions. So you basically get 3 like follow-up yes or no questions.
Patches is they typically wipe memories in the Saints.
Patches, give me a history check and apply your Mafia lore. He's reading a piece of paper also.
He's been
That's
spored.
I'm wondering.
11. You have never heard of that happening, but it would not surprise you. We'll put it that way. You don't know specifically if they do or don't, but it's, it could be.
Yeah.
This may be pointed, especially given what just happened on that train. I understand that the law enforcement in Daybreak is very corrupt. Human trafficking is no joke. You participate in that?
Most of what you've done has been moving like drugs and weapons. There hasn't been a ton of human trafficking that you've been involved in, but you're acutely aware that you work for an international organization that does smuggle humans.
Yeah.
Not to me personally, but it's a big organization and a lot of different things. I just work with drugs and weaponry.
Okay.
That is my division.
That's not your division. I understand. Okay.
I can
All
try
right.
to transfer you to a different division leader and see if you can ask them.
Maybe, perhaps. This is all very vague, and it sounds like it is above your pay grade as well, which is a concept I understand very intimately. So I will let it slide for now.
Patches, do you wish to share what's in your letter, or are you keeping that to yourself? I believe that's totally up to you. I don't want to pressure you, but...
What did you get?
So I asked them about a thing that happened a couple years ago,
Okay.
and they basically said, "Shut the fuck up, you're lying." they're basically just like that we would have a record of this, and we do not. So you're lying. There's no way that
Give me the
this
I have
could
no
happen.
idea.
What did you ask about?
Full of 6, by the way.
He didn't write a question, he just wrote like, fuck you at the top.
This way it would have been funny for Ghost to be here. Because
Yeah,
Ghost would be
that's
just like,
Dr. Bit's going to listen to this.
Yeah, well, Ghost has a note too. You see him thumbing through some papers, but we'll talk about that when he gets back.
he's probably freaking out because of what I asked.
Yeah.
So,
I assume that you keep yours to yourself because you're Cadence, but I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, bribes me.
Bribes you?
Bribes me.
I will. No.
okay, so where
I'll
are we
look-
actually at right now?
You guys are just like in the streets of Prospect, just in one of these streets,
What
little mining town.
did you ask?
I mean, I can tell you all, but somewhere not this public.
Yeah,
course.
you guys can go find a saloon or something and get some space if you want to.
Holy.
Yeah.
I asked about an old contact of mine. I got a name, Lucky Hoffman, to look into. Lucky Hoffman.
This does not sound like a real name.
Okay, Sam.
Wink. No, I would say that I did not rest well on this train. I would like to find somewhere that we could sit,
Yeah.
rest, eat. I want to eat. I would like to eat.
Yeah. There's plenty of little saloons, restaurants, things like that around here if you guys want to go grab some
Can
food.
Marisco make a roll to find the best one?
Yeah, Mauricio, give me like a I don't know, wisdom
Sniff it
cooks
out.
tools to look for
Sniff
the
it
best
out.
restaurant?
I'm assuming I don't know the name Lucky Hotman, right?
No, you don't.
I
There will
assume
require
there's
you
zero
to
chance
know
of
that.
that, but
Who's your contact?
somebody used to get information from. She died a long time ago.
Gotcha.
Yeah, on the 12 Briscoe, you can easily find the place that smells best around here. Nothing in the little mining town of Prospect is, really all that excellent. But like, you find the place where where the workers are going to get their after work meals, or probably before work at this time of day. No, it's after work for the overnight miners. Those guys are going to the best place to eat in this city. So you find the little place where they're all going. It's a quiet little restaurant at this time of day. Pretty much everyone here is a miner.
What is it named?
Wow, what a great question.
Paul's?
No, I'm trying to think of a mine pun.
Same. I'm working on it.
We'll get there.
Heavy
Should it just be called?
I think it's just called rock salt.
The bird.
Rock salt?
Rock salt is pretty good.
Rock salt actually sounds
The
nice.
dead canary.
Rock salt.
I was going to say that's the bird.
Not the dead canary.
the dead canary. There for sure is a dive bar called the dead canary around here. If you want privacy, the dead canary is the way to go because there's no one there at 10 o'clock in the morning.
I'll do canary canary.
No, rock salt sounds like it almost sounds like an upscale restaurant. To me.
Right. Morisco would probably take you to Rock Salt.
I like rock salt. That's
Right.
nice.
You guys head to Rock Salt. You're there before lunchtime proper, so you're there pretty early, so about 10:45 in the morning. So it is pretty dead in here. You can easily find a place to eat where you guys have a corner to yourself if Patches wishes to have some privacy to talk to you guys. You guys can get some food. It costs you a mark to get a meal and some... by the way, Timothy Crimple. When you guys get off the train...
he's with us.
Timothy says, right, well, I think I will head to the Hallow Hive Embassy and see what I can find out. And if I see you there, I see you there. And if I don't, then it's been a real pleasure. Sorry about you almost dying. That's terrible.
I think Bones and Boss make eyes.
Yeah, I am still here. We will probably rest at least one night here before we decide what to do. If you have a place to stay at the embassy.
Very well. I'm sure I can find a place. Lots of inns around here. See what I can find. But I'll meet you at the embassy, or maybe I won't. We'll see.
Have you marked him already?
No, it only lasts an hour, so.
No, that's fair.
Very well. Pleasure making all your acquaintance if we don't see each other again.
It was good to meet you. You did well.
And he kind of...
I'm casting Find Familiar.
Okay.
We're going with Raven.
Okay, cool.
I think that's like an hour long.
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
It's
Is it only an hour?
I think that's right.
It's an hour cast.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, you keep it forever, but it does take an hour to cast.
For the first time. Which
Well,
you
I
can
know
totally
where
do.
he's going now.
Yeah, he's going to the embassy, and you can send him there, no problem. So yeah, you spend a little bit of time summoning
The
this.
Nighthawk. I like the Nighthawk.
Hell yeah. Summoning up a Nighthawk. I like to think because you're boss, you can correct me if you don't like this flavor, but that you mold this thing out of clay and dirt, and then it comes to life and becomes a real bird.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I love it.
Sweet.
So Nighthawk, we're just gonna follow this boy.
Okay.
That's
It swoops off and goes to follow Timothy Crimple and see where he goes.
After an hour, he just lands there and just waits. He's gonna stay with him for a while.
Okay.
I want to keep an eye on this Crimple.
All right. We'll keep an eye on the Crimple. You guys make your way to Rock Salt and sit down in the back corner to get some food.
I think Bones wastes no time. We sit down and he begins to... I'm going to try casting a spell. I do very few of these, and usually it is with reagents like this, so I will try my hand at it. If I explode suddenly, it has been wonderful. Traveling with all of you.
This does not sound right.
I'm just going to try to use this thing.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get my defibrillator out.
From holding it, the way this works is you write your question on the paper.
Perfect. I begin to write. It's 3 questions, right? Yes or no?
Yes. 3 yes or no questions.
Do I have to write all of them in?
No.
Okay.
You can write one and see what comes up.
Wonderful. The first question I ask is, if I find another archivist and provide it more truthful information, can I receive a reward similar to this one again?
You write this question down in script on the paper, and some text starts simply typing itself on the page. And it says, it's not going to be a perfectly clear yes or no, so I'm going to give you a little bit more. It's going to say, this would be at the discretion of the archivist in question.
question number 2. Are there currently any archivists in Hallowhive?
No.
Are you having a nice day?
The answer is yes.
Perfect.
Damn it. Didn't ask, like, within the week, will there be an Earth?
Maybe. I probably could have.
What is day?
What is day? Yeah.
Right.
Cool. Well, it
Lovely.
works.
You've got proof of concept. The letter works.
Does he blow up?
No, he does not blow up. Your letter is now just a non-magical letter, but you retain it with those information written on it.
Excellent.
Okay. So once we're all kind of like sitting there and everything, I was like,
So I told you I would tell you some things once we're in the private.
and I'll grab the letter out and I'll like slam it on the table.
These are peaches. I think I'm lying. And I'm not. I would not lie. They said it's a fake. Okay, so this letter. Okay, so I've already talked to Ghost about this.
Who is probably sitting there just like so happy I'm telling
Yes,
other
absolutely.
people
So
about it.
relieved. When Patches starts talking, you see a look of relief wash over Ghost. He probably says like, "Oh, thank God!" out loud.
Okay, so this might sound weird, but I'm not lying. I do not lie. Most times. But not about this. So I'm not from here, as you could have guessed. But I mean, by here, I mean this planet.
You're extra plain.
Not exactly. I'm not from this universe. I know Ghost and I spoke about this before, about the different universes, a multi-universe theory type thing. I don't know how to put it, but
Ghost will chime in and just say, "It's theoretical. No one knows for sure, but they say that there's a space outside of universes. We call it the Celestiarum. It's totally it's a thought experiment more than it is a real." But he Ghost gets kind of a faraway look.
Is that why you have a fake accent?
okay, so this is a different universe. Don't worry, we'll come back to that. Yeah, I'm not from here, and I came here a while ago and trying to just do my own thing because from where I was basically like a demigod, and so I actually understand a lot of very high level magic. I just can't do it because it's a weird I don't have a connection to the god because I'm a different universe, and my father was like a Maya god, and it's a long story. I can tell you again. I can tell you more about it later. But I crashed here in my ship, and it's basically like it's like a car, but way better than the cars that you guys have now. And I kind of lost it. I don't know where it went.
Could you draw it?
Sure.
Yeah.
And
As
kind
you-
of sketch it out like while I'm talking and
Right.
everything.
So, recap so far. You are a powerful being from the plane beyond the planes, from somewhere outside of all of the planes, who traveled here in some sort of an advanced automobile and then lost it and speak with a fake accent.
Don't forget, knows powerful magic, but not here.
Does powerful magic. That part, of all the things you said, that actually I think makes the most sense to me. I kind of understand that one. I really must insist, we should address the fake accent. Is that... what?
You can try.
Okay, so here's my drawing of the car.
I feel much better about my story now. I'll just say
I'm
that.
assuming. First off, how good is this picture?
I'll give me a I don't know, painter's tools check, wisdom, just straight, unless you want to sell me on proficiency. I don't think you have any.
Change my movie proficiency.
Yeah, yes. Add your movie lore for +2.
What was it?
It was a 1. that would be 9.
9. It's like a child's cartoon drawing of their mom's van.
So, looking at this rudimentarily design of a car, does it actually look like
A card.
like not just like a car, but does it look like obviously we've seen newer models of cars come out, obviously not advanced as this, but does it look like a feasible design for a car?
Could you reverse it?
I'm not even looking at reverse engineering it. Does it match that this story saying it is an advanced car?
It's hard to say on a 9.
So that's also
Like obviously, like if
the
it's
first iterations of a
aerodynamics.
vehicle. Right, from the first iterations of a vehicle to like what a Honda Odyssey was.
Yeah.
Right, they had no concept of aerodynamics.
That
in
makes
1900s,
no
yeah.
sense at all.
It's also like so hard to overstate. It was a 9. You're
Yeah.
getting a bad drawing
Yeah,
that is
I
not.
would-
As a
much.
9-year-old, the drawing of a minivan
Right.
makes no
It
sense.
does
Right.
kind of like a communication station or an ammunition cart.
It's quite large.
I mean, would I be able to like describe it to one of the?
Yeah, you can also
better at
describe
drawing?
it.
Who wants to be my sketch artist?
The problem is like the things that you go to describe. If you went back to the year 1904 and said like, okay, so it has like a DVD screen that folds down. Like, what the fuck are you saying?
The pencil doesn't move.
Right.
or things like it has cup holders and like, okay, but what does the engine look like? Like,
Right.
what do the axles do? Like,
Yeah.
Right.
That's a good question. Do you know what the engine looks like?
yeah.
Well, I mean, I've clearly seen Fast and Furious, so I definitely know that.
Yeah, totally. Meanwhile, I will say that if this is okay with you, Patches, I'll say that as you're drawing, your letter is sitting out on the table that people can read. At the top of this page, it's just a single page. At the top, in Patches' handwriting, it says, "Where the fuck is my Honda Odyssey?" In typewritten script, it says, "The participant refers to a futuristic magical vehicle capable of traversing extra-universal space, i.e. the Celestiarum. The participant recalls arriving in this universe aboard the vehicle. More specifically, the participant recalls arriving in Daybreak City in the nation of Sol on the planet Mayor in the material plane. The participant recalls crashing the vehicle near Daybreak City's Niwakas Bay harbor in Requiem of 1901 AO, after which he abandoned the vehicle and has been unable to locate it since. The All-Known contains no record of this vehicle. More conclusively, the All-Known contains no record of any such vehicle matching the participant's description, being seen in Daybreak City in Requiem of 1901, or being seen anywhere else in the material plane or any other plane of existence at any time. It is highly unlikely that if the events described by the participant actually occurred as recalled, the All-Known would contain some record related to the events. While the All-Known does not engage in speculation, it is highly unlikely that the events occurred factually as recalled by the participant. It bears noting, however, that the participant believes their accounting of events to be true and accurate. It is possible that the participant's recollection of the events has been altered magically. Additionally, the All-Known is not infallible. While unlikely, the possibility cannot be ruled out that the participant's recollection is accurate and that the event was obscured from the All-Known's notice by abjuration or other means. The All-Known contains some records of theorized workings of magic that could move individuals between universes, similar to the functionality of a plane shift spell. There is no record of any such magic having been used or practiced, only theoretical records of conjurations that have been developed which could, in principle, move creatures or objects between universes. The successful utilization of such spellcraft has never been accomplished, as it would require a creature or object from the destination universe provided as a component of the spell. Thank you for your contribution to the All-Known.
You know, when you phrased this initially, I thought that they were just kind of brushing you off, but that actually was quite generous to you, I think. They give you a lot of credibility.
I was going to say, you got that last bit. I didn't get that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's because I'm not lying.
Yeah, they give you the benefit of the doubt.
So why are you here?
What do you mean? Like here as in...
Why did you come to this universe?
Oh, okay, so... I mainly had my power in the older universe from my father, who was, like, a god. And I was, like...
Named?
I don't know if he went by a different name. I think it was just...
Tamrius Grimm.
Tamrius Grimm. Or Tim Tim. I call him Tim Tim because he's my...
Does that
he's my
name
daddy.
ring a bell?
Absolutely not.
He says,
You know the name Grimm, yes.
Yeah,
you do know
it's
the
like
name Grimm. You both
He
heard of
says
Lord
Grimm.
Grimm. Yeah.
And, I kind of had what you might call my rebellious phase. Like, I'm sure you have had the gods that kind of get the rebellious, kind of just do their own thing because they think they're better, you know how gods are. And that was just me, and I was just like, it's okay, I can do this without my father, and I wanted to prove it to him.
So you popped into this universe with a bad fake accent and became top brass of a rival gang?
I mean, so you got to start somewhere.
And now you're stuck?
Yes, I'm stuck. I kind of just made the best of it. I wasn't too sure once I moved to universe if I would still have any power or, like, all my power. I kind of just said, fuck it. I'll try it, and maybe if I don't come back, he might come and save me.
What was your domain?
Sorry, me spacing. What do you mean by domain?
Like,
Clear.
what is the domain of
Essentially, like, what kind of magic did you...
So, like, were
What
you...
are you the god of?
Yeah, god
what
of
were you the god of?
magic.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I was the god of trickery. Yeah, I know, shut up, I don't want to hear it.
There are like 3 or 4 possible situations here. One is that you're crazy, and I must say that up front. The second is that this is all true, in which case it's the craziest thing that has ever happened in my life. The third is that your mind has been wiped. I can't think of fourth. All of these are intriguing. There is no non-fascinating option.
there's a fourth option here very quickly.
Yes.
The last thing he said was trickery, so that part could be true and the rest of it could be an absolute lie.
He
He is
believes
still
it.
a god of trickery. He is just.
Could you tell he believes it? He knows that.
Could he trick a god if he wasn't one?
Do the gods not trick each other?
I think it's easy to
I believe
Tricking
gods.
people give you power?
I mean, if I was
Yes.
trying to trick you, why would I tell you that I'm trying to
Oh,
trick you?
no. I'm in general.
It also bears
Is
noting...
there anything to throw us off?
You would have had to trick the all.
Yeah.
They've already said they don't know everything. It's a very bad name.
It bears noting here, it's just kind of a little minor world building thing more than anything else. In this universe that all of you guys know and are familiar with, like, the gods
Yeah, so they're not around.
are distant and don't give a
yeah.
shit about anything. There aren't like stories of what the gods do or anything. The closest thing you guys have to what he's describing is like demigods, which are basically just like powerful angels, powerful devils, things like that.
So with that being said, they're like, okay, let's just back up. Having somebody come in and talk about gods, demigods, being a demigod, father of god, whatever, maybe, in the world where like gods aren't active,
Mm-hmm.
this could be extremely sus just off the jump.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right. Roll me a religion check
Religion?
if you wish to.
Yeah, that's fun.
All these rolling bones just kind of we and the war were zones that suppressed magic. If you walked into one as a wizard, you were suddenly just a regular guy. If this is a place where the gods have no power, then your story does line up.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just checking. 14?
14. Yeah, no, like the closest thing to gods and the way that Patches is talking about himself and his father are in this universe things like great spirits or things like powerful angels or powerful devils. So like there are analogs. It's just a difference in terminology more than anything else. The idea of talking about like what the gods are up to is strange here.
Yeah, that's fair.
So okay, so like clerics in this world, do they
Yeah.
still get their power from gods?
No, they get their power from faith. So there is some. Roll me. You don't know. Some other people with good Arcana can give me a couple Arcana checks. Anyone proficient with Arcana, and you can do it too if you want.
I'll
Roll me
do
Arcana
it.
check because you've been here studying magic for a while.
Nat 20.
Okay, nat 20 is sweet.
Appropriate the most or possible.
13. Okay.
Nat 20 for 26.
Okay. Some of you know this, some of you don't. Natural 26, I'll just narrate it all. This is something you've definitely learned about at the Scriptorium Box of Theorems. This is something that's been studied there extensively. Basically, there's kind of an open question, not totally understood still to this day, like how does sympathetic magic work? There's a school of thought that says, there's a school of magic that says, here's the mage, here's the guy doing the magic. On the one hand, and on the other hand, here's the source of the magic, whether it's a god or a plane of existence or whatever it is, some magical thing. And that when, on the one hand, the mage believes very firmly and develops a relationship with, on the other hand, the source of magic, the source of magic's magic goes to the mage and they do the magic. There's another school of thought that says the magic doesn't come from a source. The magic comes from the connection between the two. That the act of belief and of strong faith and of strong sympathy to a thing grants magic all on its own. It doesn't matter what you believe in, it just matters that you believe, and the magic comes from the belief.
So you could be like, you could believe in science.
Right, you can believe in science so firmly that you get sympathetic magic out of it. And that is that's the more modern school of thought, and the one that has more taken hold. Because, and it's kind of, it's anecdotal, but like, Morisco loves cooking so much that he can do magic about it. Cooking is not a source of magic, but his love for cooking is magical.
But has there been any tangible actualization that like magic has been lessened by the fact that there wasn't a direct connection to a demigod or a god or a concept? I'm sorry, but a concept.
Right. Conversely to that, yes, kind of. Not really. I mean, yes, kind of. Essentially, like, for the longest time, most of the records of sympathetic casters were people that believed in gods or believed in more ideals and faith than gods. And the argument was basically like, if you believe in altruism so firmly, you just believe in love and spreading love to the world so firmly, it connects you to a plane of existence called Altruis, or real place. That place is magical, so you get its magic and you share it with the world. The newer school of thought is that it's not Altruis giving you the magic, it's your connection to that idea giving you magic. But that said, there is a thing where, like, people that have devoted themselves to a specific entity, like, I love this angel a lot, and me and this guy are tight. Those people do tend to get really powerful magic really fast.
More frequently.
More frequently, more fast, more powerfully. So there's an argument, that's kind of an argument that other people do present. It's like, no, you're misunderstanding sympathetic magic. This is magic coming from something to something. So, and again, I end all that on that 20 to say, like, this is an open question that is not answered by the scholarly in this world.
Sorry, one more real quick.
Yeah,
so the last thing I want to say is, like, just to make sure I understand. It does seem that magic does have a more powerful connection if you're directly linked to
an actual entity that is magical.
But however, you can leech magic from your sympathy for a love of a concept.
Something like that, yes.
Okay.
It's I guess the best way to think of it, you can get the same levels and amounts of magic either way. It's just, it's easier to get to it by just, directly by something direct. Yep. And to answer your question more directly, even on a 13, in this world you have learned that people don't get their magic directly from a god in the way that you're used to from your home universe. In your home universe, someone prays to a god and the god says, here you are, some magic. Now follow my tenets. That's not how it works around here. The way it works around here is someone believes something so much that they get magic from the plane of existence where the gods live, and the gods don't give a shit. They don't have tenets or believers or followers. They just kind of exist somewhere out there. But believing in the ideas they represent still, like, grants magic. And then
so you're
have
saying that Patches believing he's a god can be the source of his power.
One way or another, Patches is casting real magic.
Yeah, but it could just straight up be from the fact that he believes he's a god, clearly enough that this god of knowledge knows he believes he is one.
Yep.
That this connection to believing he is a god could give him the power.
He could believe in himself so firmly that is sympathy for himself and grants him magic.
Yes.
And it would be even more true if he was actually a magical being inherently granting magic,
That's fucking beautiful.
Go ahead, Patches.
Okay, so that's why I was wondering. I don't know if Patches would know, like, if he is like basically like learning his own like godly powers, like the old ones that he had, or if it is just like because he believes it.
On a 13, you're not sure how or why it's happening. You can tell that you're getting more powerful. You can tell that the more you sort of practice spellcasting, and even practicing is not the right word. The more you like go out into the world and apply what you stand for, right? Fucking trickery. Fucking being the god of trickery. The more you go out and practice that and apply chaos and randomness to the world, the more your magic is growing and getting more powerful. You don't know on a 13 what the mechanism is there. You don't know if like some innate magic in you is blooming or if you're connecting to something that is giving you magic or what. But yeah, you do know that you are getting more powerful the more you kind of dedicate yourself to your cause.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
Are we good?
I have an Odell question that I can't get out of my head.
Okay.
Are people trying to fake this? Are people trying to replicate it? Just be like, hey, go love that thing a lot and see if you get magic from it?
People have tried that for thousands of years and it simply cannot be faked.
Doubt. Okay, but continue.
For whatever reason, like sympathy, it doesn't work if it's not genuine.
You're telling me there's nobody obsessed enough with the idea of faking it that it generates a sympathetic bond?
That's
Okay,
not the other
yeah,
side.
yeah, no, for real, that could be. But your magic would be coming
We're
from
level 4.
Faking it.
right.
Sorry.
Your magic would not be coming.
I'll come back down.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
going to come back down level 4.
Similar sort of like meta question. There surely must be some other X factor because there must be people with very strong and real beliefs and faith in something that don't generate magic.
Right.
No, yeah, for
Okay.
sure. Yeah,
So there's some other factor.
there are also like
Yeah.
yeah, there are practices too that go into it. Like, most of the magic that happens in Harsaman, I'll just use as an example. Probably what you grew up with. I can't remember if Boss is a sorcerer or if he's a sympathetic caster. If he was born with magic,
druid, yeah.
Okay, so more sympathetic probably. The way like you learned magic growing up was like doing rituals, being out in the earth, literally like sitting with the stones and doing whatever chants and learning druidic and stuff like that. So there's like a real practice and ritual that goes into developing sympathetic magic.
His comes from like touching stuff.
Yeah,
Like, I
yeah.
understand.
Yeah, there are often like rituals and rituals is the best word for it, that are involved with the development of sympathetic magic.
So there is some amount of specificity still required.
To an extent, yeah. And then again, to get even further in the weeds, there's some debate among the arcana scholars about whether the ritual is actually doing anything or whether the ritual is just facilitating your personal devotion to something. So,
I mean, you have to have philosophy. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys hear anything about the missing Akara, just let me know.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
of
happy
course.
to help. And once I get my godly powers back, I can help you out with knowledge.
Are you tricking us? He like kind of smirk. He's just making a joke.
I mean, I don't have any reason to be tricky. I mean, even the all-known believed in me, so...
There's a lot to be hidden within this group, I realize. I have spoken to you directly a few times, at least a few of you, about who I am. My name is not Samadai. My name is Basamaji Kayada. I say this now comfortably in front of you because I understand that you have things that you need to hide from others. And I can understand that you also have things that you need to hide from the others. I am High Prince of Harsaman. My name is Basamaji Kvayada. I don't know if you know of my family or my father's, but I am in a state of need. At this time in my life, I am looking for a few members of community, a few on my side, a few not. I do need to go to the Hollow Hive to find my master. I am from the Scriptorium Vox Etherum, and I need to find a few Lord Grimm. Any assistance that you could provide me would be appreciated. If you cannot, I do understand. However, there is another man, a man that I do find most deplorable, and the one that I must find forthright, and his life must be claimed by my own. His name is Victor Adamonte. Any information that you have on this man, or come across on this man, would be greatly appreciated.
Why?
if you wish.
And DM Daddy's gonna read why.
Sure. You ask why, and I think Boss slides some papers across the table for you to read. This is a very long one, so I'm not going to read it all verbatim, but I will hit the most important points. Victor Adamante is the Commander General of the military of the nation of Chernaya, its highest-ranking military official, and the leader of the nation's military forces, reporting only to Tsar Nikolai Amel Marduk, the leader of Chernaya. Much is known about him, based on things that are largely publicly available, but also things that have been gleaned using divination resources and gathered from insider sources closer to Adamante himself. There's some biographical data. It gives like a picture of him, his age. There he is. He's the Loxodon guy.
Also,
just a picture of an elephant.
It's a real elephant.
Yeah, I was like, that's just a real elephant.
No, but like for the earlier context of this episode, when outside in the dreamscape, he was the tall, locked-down man that was unnamed.
Yes.
In the dreams.
Yep. Oh, I'll reveal this picture here for.
And the rest of that detail can come out later. There it is.
There's a description of his personality. We're not getting too deep into that, but it describes him as intelligent, harsh, vindictive, authoritative. In any scenario where his authority or opinions are challenged, he is relentless in asserting his dominance and proving himself superior to the people around him. Military records and performance reports describe him as loyal, ambitious, and cunning, a ruthless combatant, and a brilliant military mind in terms of wartime strategy. While most performance reviews describe him in overwhelmingly positive terms, some criticize him as overly emotional and reactive in the face of failure, and unable to recognize a lost cause, a weakness that his superiors feared could be exploited. A note on his personal life. Those familiar with him report that he spends the great majority of his time alone, has little in the way of friendships or personal relationships. He was an only child. His parents are both deceased. That gives his address. A little bit about his history. Victor was born in 1848 in a small village on the western coast of Lake Malinovka. He was an only child of parents Antikov and Gulina Adamante. They grew up very poor, and his parents owned a meager homestead and farmland that was barely sufficient to feed their family. His father was harsh and abusive, constantly berating him and his mother and blaming them for their poverty. In 1857, when Victor was 9 years old, his father killed his mother in a fit of drunken rage. According to his own recollections of the event, Victor attempted to intervene to save his mother, but was powerless to do so, and his father brutally beat him with a broken liquor bottle, the source of a prominent scar on his trunk that has persisted into adulthood, and then stabbed his mother to death in front of him with the same bottle. He joined the military in 1864 at the age of 16, lying on his paperwork to say that he was 18 to avoid needing parental permission. He just left home and never returned. Spent the next 2 decades of his life in the Chernian military, participating in multiple tours of armed combat. Served a decorated 20-year military career. He's awarded numerous honors, and over the years worked his way up through the ranks, beginning as an officer cadet, elevating himself all the way to the rank of colonel. Personal accounts from those close to him describe him as reclusive and isolated, keeping virtually no close friends and never marrying or pursuing his own family. In 1884, Tsar Nikolai Amel-Marduk promoted him to the station of Commander General of the Chernian Armed Forces, the highest-ranking military officer in the country, answering only to the Tsar himself. On the day after his promotion, Adamante returned to his childhood home in Myaksa for the first time since he left 20 years prior. Here he found his father, now elderly and infirm, still residing in his childhood home. According to a spoken record obtained from a local resident by the all-known, Adamante shared a dinner with his father that night. The two discussed Victor's life. Then, at the conclusion of the evening, Adamante brutally murdered his father by beating him to death with a broken liquor bottle. In 1885...
Leave it there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You don't want to hear the
No, leave it there.
Fiata stuff? Alright, cool. Boss, as this note is in the middle of the table, gets to a heading that says the first siege of Spyrus, and you pull the papers back to yourself for the time being. Sounds like.
Can I insight check why you stopped at that headline?
Sure, good. I'll be honest. You don't just roll against me. Let's roll against each other.
Yes, 19.
What is it you want?
Is it hard for you to talk about it? You don't
Very
want to share
much.
it? Okay.
Very much.
It's more that it's hard for you to talk about than you just don't want to share it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I will say there are no, I mean, you know who I am. This man has committed multiple atrocities against my family. Things that I, at this time, cannot relinquish or release. Things I cannot speak of. I need this man's head. And there is nothing between me and this man's head that I will accept. Does this, what do you say? Does this, make sense? Yes?
Perfectly.
Does everyone understand who I am?
in name.
Do you understand what I need? There are a few things that I ask of this group.
Seems we were already on the same quest.
I understand you now more, Bonstaple. I don't care for the Chennaians, if you can understand why.
The Shanians are a beautiful people.
This is not a thing that I understand at this time.
Most of them. Many of them.
Do you understand that the Chennaians are not making their third attack on my people? They are mounting the war as I speak to you.
I do. I want to be so clear that I understand and agree with your position. The only thing that I would offer is that Shanians did not elect their czar. I was forced into this war. I had no choice. And so were thousands of others.
I do not make this upon you to be bad. I do want to... I want you to understand I don't hold against you these ill wills, but the Chennaians have invaded my lands 2 times within my life. 3 times now, according to what I understand from my meisters. And I do not care to believe that only your elected leaders can command this if you and your people do not intend to follow through. How is this that my lands continue to be bombarded by the Chennaians that do not believe in their leadership?
You have a valid point. I'm splitting hairs. I also hate the Shanian leadership.
This I do understand about you. Respectfully.
Yes, I will help you. We are on the same team. I just can't help but think of the many families who know nothing about this. That is all that I'm saying.
This is understood.
Go ahead, Marble.
One of the most beautiful things about D&D is how we have this going on, and then he's just trying to find his Odyssey.
Yeah. It is the most beautiful thing.
Yeah, we're here to play.
You gotta have that balance in there.
Those things are beautiful. The thing that is actually the most beautiful thing about D&D is some mastermind like me being like, how do I put those 2 things together?
True.
I am learning that the hard way.
Right.
I can't wait to find out that my car is in the middle of the war.
Right.
So we have to go over there or something.
Victor Monte's launching this war in your Odyssey.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, honestly, if they
Honestly or Odyssey?
if they reverse engineered it, they could get some powerful technology from it.
I do have good news. My family and I are no longer China. We are Coxie.
This I do understand. This is a thing that is good.
It is a shame they will not even call me a traitor.
Do you understand the Scriptorium Vox Ethereum?
I've heard of it. It is one of those fancy college academies for magic.
This is the place of which I come from. I do. I left my home 7 years ago after the death of my mother and father. After the second siege of Chennai, if you understand. To pursue my own intellect and my own understanding, and I pursued the Vox Ethereum, the Scriptorium Vox Ethereum. And since then I have done 7 years of study. These years have taught me many a good thing. I understand the magic in the realms of magic in a way that most people I don't believe do or could understand. At this time, I would die to keep the capacity of my backpack. Does this make sense? The tomes I keep with me are more important than me.
I see.
If I were to pass this mortal life, I would hope that you could at least respect the backpack that I carry.
I understand this well, yes.
if you do not know the Scriptorum, Vox Etherum, I could explain this to you in more detail at another time. But as I could stand now, there is not much to it that would be short in breath. Just know that magic, as I understand it, is broad and beautiful. And there are many facets to understand about it. I want to know more, and I continue to grow that knowledge. My master, Felord Grimm, has left these lands for the Hallowhive. I need to find him immediately. Do any of you know what has happened to the Scriptorium? No?
I like how you're shaking your head for
I was,
us.
sorry, looking at you all shaking heads. None of you are aware of anything having happened there except for Cadence and Marisco.
Yeah. Within recent weeks, we have been about 13 days prior to my meeting of you. All of my brothers and sistren were massacred in front of my eyes. They all died. The perpetrators I do not know. I assume that there was a dragon cult by the roar I heard across the mountainside, but it is hard to know. All I could do was scramble to grab the tomes that I cared the most about and care for myself and fled to the Western Passage.
You survived?
As far as I know, the only survivor is me. Felord Grimm, my master, had left about 2 weeks prior for... 3 weeks? A month. About a month prior.
Something like that, yeah.
About a month prior for work on the Western continent. I don't understand the death that I witnessed.
Or you left on purpose, or was it an accident? Did they think they had killed you and you had simply faked it, or...
No, I was by myself in the utmost chamber. There was a western stairwell that led directly down to a mountain pass. I don't believe they knew that I was there. But I do believe that I escaped with at least one tome that they were caring for. And with that, I guess I'll open my backpack.
You open your backpack. There's a number of rare and important books in there, but the one that you pull out, some of you, most of you, at least some of you, have read this book before. He pulls it out and sets it on the table. It is an ancient-looking book with a black leather cover that almost looks like black scales. It's like alligator skin or lizard skin or something. And it is engraved. Does anyone read Draconic? Say, even if not, you all know the phrase that is on the cover of this book in sort of gold filigree, the Voxotheorem. This is the book called the Voxotheorem that describes the Voxotheorem, which is the language of arcane magic. It is, this tome was discovered at the Scriptorium about 100 years ago. And it is the catalyst that set off the Industrial Revolution. It is how humanoids discovered arcane magic, was finding this book in this library. It has since been republished and
But this is like the first edition.
Yeah, you watch Boss turns the book open, and inside of it you can see that this is the original Voxotheorem written by Xerxes.
How much money is that worth?
Written by Xerxes himself. It would be extremely hard to place.
It's not because I want to sell it like a genuine.
Right.
That's insane.
How much money is
carrying that around in a backpack?
Right. How much money is the Declaration of Independence worth? Right.
Yeah.
You just know you can't.
Nick Cage sold it.
Nick Cage sold it. Right. I'm just being it's hard to place a money value on it. It's a priceless relic of history, essentially. The book itself, again, has been reprinted many times, but this was the book penned by Xerxes himself, who wrote arcane magic into existence.
Do I know what it is?
Give me an Arcana check.
Like, I'd be the one that wouldn't know.
I'll keep your 13 at the same time. You have heard of it. You probably haven't read it because you have no use for arcane magic. You're a sympathetic caster, but...
You guys remember, in the first episode, the tome that was being read when, Grimm came in? It was this book. And so, Boss was studying the origins of magic and then escaped with that.
And And I think, as Boss slides this unbelievably important tome across the table and you all take in what it is to behold, I think that's as good a spot as any for us to go ahead and wrap up tonight's session. I think he was just saying no because he didn't want to stop playing.
Yeah.
I also don't want to stop playing, but we'll be back soon. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching, and we will see you next time. Farewell. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Good.
Thank you.